Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Singing River. There was a valley, hidden between rolling hills, where the world seemed to hum with an ancient melody. The grass whispered in the wind, the trees rustled in harmony, and at the heart of it all flowed a river unlike any other. It was said that the river sang, not in words, but in a soft, lilting tune that wrapped around the heart like a lullaby. No one knew where the song came from. Some believed it was the voice of the water itself, shaped by the stones beneath it. Others whispered of spirits, unseen but ever present, guiding the melody through the valley. Travelers who stumbled upon the river often found themselves pausing, unable to move, as if the song wove itself into their very bones. Filling them with a quiet, wistful peace, one evening, as the sky blushed with the last golden hues of sunset, a young woman named Leora arrived at the edge of the valley. She had traveled far, seeking the river not out of curiosity, but out of need. The stories spoke of its song carrying answers, of its waters reflecting the truths hidden deep within one's heart. And Leora carried a question she could not put into words. She stood there for a long moment, watching the water shimmer beneath the fading light. The song was softer now, almost hesitant, as if waiting for her to take the first step. Slowly, she knelt by the riverbank, letting her fingers graze the surface. A ripple spread outward. And for the briefest moment, she thought she heard a voice, gentle, inviting. "Come," it seemed to say. Leora hesitated, her heart beating in rhythm with the melody. She had traveled so far for this moment, but now that she was here, she wasn't sure what she should do. Then, as the first stars began to appear in the sky, the river's song changed. The melody deepened, its notes swirling around her like a warm breeze, and in the distance, something stirred beneath the water's surface. Something was listening, and it was ready to answer. Leora held her breath as the melody of the river deepened, wrapping around her like a whispered secret. The water shimmered beneath the starlight. And just beyond the rippling surface, something moved. A soft glow pulsed beneath the current, like moonlight caught in the depths. Leora's fingers hovered just above the water, uncertain. She had come seeking answers, but she had never expected the river to respond. The glow swirled, rising slowly, and then, without a sound, the water parted, a figure emerged, its form shifting like mist in moonlight, neither solid nor fleeting. It had no clear face, no distinct features, but its presence was undeniable. The song of the river grew richer, as if welcoming an old friend. Leora's heart pounded. Was this a spirit? A guardian? The figure tilted its head, as though listening to the quiet night. And then, in a voice softer than the rustling reeds, it spoke. "You have come with a question." Leora swallowed. Yes. The figure's presence shimmered, the song of the river weaving through its form. "Then listen." The current shifted around her, and suddenly, Leora was no longer at the river's edge. She was floating, drifting through water that felt as light as air, as warm as a memory. Around her, voices whispered, not in words, but in feeling, soft echoes of longing, of hope, of stories long forgotten, and then she saw it, a vision, forming in the water's glow, a great tree, its roots entwined with the river, its branches stretching toward the sky. A single silver leaf trembled on its highest limb, pulsing with a light that felt familiar. Leora reached out, her fingers grazing the vision, and suddenly, she was back on the riverbank, gasping as though she had just surfaced from a dream. The figure stood before her, watching. The river remembers, it murmured. But do you? Leora's fingers trembled. The tree. The silver leaf. Why did it feel like she had seen it before? The river sang on, waiting, and deep in her heart, something stirred. Leora's breath was unsteady as the vision faded, leaving behind only the quiet hum of the river. The shimmering figure still stood before her, its presence woven into the melody of the water. The river remembers, it had said. But do you? Leora frowned, the image of the great tree and the silver leaf still lingering in her mind. It had felt familiar. Like a half-forgotten melody, a song she had once known by heart but could no longer recall. She glanced at the figure. What does it mean? The being tilted its head, considering her words. Then, slowly, it lifted an arm, if it could be called that, and pointed upstream. The river carries many stories, it said. But yours is one of them. Leora turned her gaze to the water, where the current shimmered in the moonlight. Was the answer hidden somewhere along its path? Had she been here before? A sudden breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and blooming night flowers. The river's song shifted, its melody urging her forward. Leora hesitated only a moment before rising to her feet. The answer wouldn't come from standing still. If the river was calling her onward, she would follow. She stepped carefully along the bank, her bare feet sinking into the cool grass. The further she walked, the more the air around her changed. The night felt deeper here, the stars above reflecting in the water like scattered lanterns. Then, up ahead, she saw it, a fallen branch stretched across the river, its twisted form caught between the rocks. But something shimmered beneath it, a faint glow, pulsing gently like the heartbeat of the world. Leora knelt beside the water, reaching out. As her fingers brushed against the glow, the river's song swelled, and she was no longer by the river. She was standing beneath a vast canopy of leaves, silver light filtering through their branches. The great tree towered before her, its roots entwined with the flowing water. The air was thick with the scent of rain and something older, something that made her chest tighten with longing, and there, high above her, the single silver leaf trembled on its branch. Leora's heart pounded. She knew this place. She had been here before, but when, and why had she forgotten? The river's song wrapped around her, waiting, and deep within her, the memory stirred. The silver leaf trembled in a soft breeze, catching the light like a tiny fallen star. Leora's pulse quickened. She had been here before, she was certain of it now. But the memory remained just out of reach, like a whisper lost in the wind. She stepped closer to the great tree, her fingers brushing against its bark. It was smooth and warm, pulsing with something ancient and alive. As her touch lingered, a wave of sensation washed over her, like stepping into a dream. A voice, gentle as flowing water, echoed in her mind. "You have forgotten, but the river has not," Leora gasped, her vision blurring as the world around her shifted. The night melted away, replaced by a golden morning, the air thick with the scent of fresh earth and wildflowers. She was no longer standing alone. A child knelt by the river, her younger self. Barefoot, hair tangled with tiny blossoms, she reached toward the water with wide, curious eyes. And beside her, an old woman stood, her silver hair braided with strands of ivy. Leora's breath caught. She knew that woman, grandmother. The memory unfolded around her. "Listen well, little one," her grandmother's voice murmured, rich and soothing. "The river sings to those who listen. It carries stories, whispers of the past and the future. And if you are patient, it will show you what your heart seeks." The child, her younger self, looked up, eyes bright with wonder. "But how do I hear it?" The old woman smiled, dipping her hand into the water. The current shimmered, swirling around her fingers. "You must be still. You must trust. And when the time is right, the river will remember for you." The vision faded like mist in the morning sun, and Leora was back beneath the great tree. The silver leaf above her quivered, its glow pulsing softly, as if waiting for her to understand. She had been here before. Her grandmother had brought her to this place as a child. The river had been singing to her all along, and now it was time to remember why. Leora took a deep breath and reached for the leaf. The moment her fingers touched it, the river's song surged, and the world around her dissolved into light. The moment Leora's fingers brushed the silver leaf, the world around her unraveled. Light, warm and endless, surged through her veins, carrying her deeper, deeper than memory, deeper than time. She was floating, not in water, but in something softer, something older. The river's song wrapped around her, a lullaby sung in voices she couldn't quite place, and then, a scene formed before her, delicate as mist at dawn. She stood in a clearing, bathed in golden morning light. The great tree was there, its roots entwined with the river's edge, and at its base knelt a girl. Leora's breath caught. It was her, not as a child, but as she was now, yet something was different. The other Leora's hands were cupped, holding something small, something glowing faintly in the morning light, a silver leaf, and in the reflection of the river, Leora saw what her past self could not, shadows shifting at the edge of the clearing. Dark shapes, watching, waiting. A voice, soft as the wind through the reeds, whispered in her mind, "You must remember." Leora's heart pounded. She wanted to reach out, to warn her past self, but her body remained weightless, caught in the current of memory. Then, as if sensing something unseen, the past Leora looked up, right at her. Their eyes met, and suddenly, the river's song shattered into silence. Leora gasped as the vision dissolved, the golden light fading into the cool glow of night. She was back beneath the great tree, her fingers still resting on the silver leaf. But now, she was not alone. The shimmering figure from the river stood before her once more, its form flickering like light on water. "You are beginning to see," it murmured. Leora swallowed hard, her mind spinning. The memory had been real. She had been here before, with the silver leaf in her hands. But what had happened next, and who, or what, had been watching. The river hummed softly, waiting, and Leora knew she had to follow the song deeper. Leora's heartbeat was steady now, though the weight of the memory lingered like mist before the morning sun. The river's song had changed, softer, more urgent, as if guiding her forward. She turned to the shimmering figure. What was I holding? The figure's form flickered like moonlight on rippling water. You already know. Leora clenched her fingers, as if expecting to feel the silver leaf in her palm, but there was nothing. Only the echo of something important, something she had once understood but had long forgotten. She exhaled, steadying herself. Then show me. The river answered before the figure could. The current swirled, and the world shifted again. This time, she was not floating. She stood at the water's edge, the silver leaf resting in her hands. The light of dawn bathed the clearing in gold, and the tree's branches stretched high above her. Swaying in a wind she could not feel, but she was not alone. A presence stirred behind her. Not the shimmering figure, something else. Something cold. Leora turned slowly. At the edge of the clearing, where the trees cast long shadows, stood a figure cloaked in darkness. Its form was unclear, shifting like smoke against the light. But its eyes, deep, endless voids, were locked onto the leaf in her hands. A voice, smooth as water over stone, murmured. You hold a piece of the river's heart. Leora's grip tightened around the leaf. The shadows rippled. It does not belong to you. Her breath caught. She had the sudden, unshakable feeling that she had been here before, that she had faced this very moment once, and had made a choice. The memory was close now, just beneath the surface. What had she done, and why did she feel as though everything depended on remembering? The river's song swelled, urging her forward. The shadow waited, and the silver leaf pulsed, as if alive. Leora's fingers trembled around the silver leaf. It was warm, pulsing with a quiet rhythm, like a heartbeat. The shadowed figure at the edge of the clearing did not move, but its presence coiled through the air like mist before a storm. It does not belong to you. The words echoed in her mind, cold as the deep current beneath the river's surface. But something in her resisted, something old, something certain. She had been here before. And she had made a choice. Leora closed her eyes, letting the memory rise like a ripple spreading across still water. A voice, her own voice, but younger, spoke in her mind. The river gave it to me. The memory sharpened. She had stood here, holding the silver leaf, facing the same darkness. And she had spoken those words before, and then, a shift. A sudden rush of air, and pain. Leora's eyes flew open, breath catching in her throat. The memory slammed into her like a wave crashing against the shore. The shadow had taken the leaf from her once before. It had torn it from her hands, leaving only emptiness in its wake, and she had forgotten, until now. The figure before her stirred, as if sensing her realization. Give it to me. The voice was no longer smooth, it was laced with something else. Desperation. Leora exhaled slowly, steadying herself. Not this time. She tightened her grip around the leaf, feeling its warmth, its quiet pulse. The river gave it to me, she said, voice steady. And this time, I remember. The shadow recoiled. The air between them shimmered, as if the very world trembled at her words. The river's song rose, filling the space around her. The great tree's branches rustled, as if whispering their approval, and the silver leaf in her palm blazed with light. The silver leaf burned like a star in Leora's palm. Its warmth spread through her fingertips. Up her arm, settling deep within her chest, the shadowed figure hissed, shrinking back as the light flared brighter. The darkness around it rippled, as if the form it wore could barely hold itself together. You cannot keep it, the voice rasped, no longer smooth, no longer sure. You were never meant to remember, but she did, and the truth was a current too strong to fight. Memories flooded her mind now, clear as the river's waters. She saw herself as a child, standing at this very place, her grandmother's voice a whisper in the wind. The river sings to those who listen. And when the time is right, it will remember for you. She saw the shadow reach for her, long ago. Saw the silver leaf torn from her hands, lost beneath the waves of forgetfulness, and she saw what had happened after, the silence. The emptiness. The years spent feeling as if something was missing, something just beyond her grasp. It had stolen more than the leaf. It had stolen her memory of the river's song. Leora's fingers tightened around the leaf, her heart beat steady. Not again. She stepped forward. The shadow recoiled further, tendrils of darkness curling away from the light. You do not understand, I do. Leora's voice was firm, unwavering. You tried to take this from me, but it was never yours to claim. The river's song rose around her, a melody woven with wind and water, with time and truth. The great trees' leaves rustled, their silver edges glinting like stars in the night, and the leaf in her hand pulsed once, twice, before releasing its light in a wave that washed over the clearing like dawn breaking over the horizon. The shadow let out a sound, something between a whisper and a cry, before dissolving into the night, and then, silence. Leora stood still, breath slow, the silver leaf now cool against her palm. The river murmured gently, its song softer now, peaceful. The great trees' branches swayed, their rhythm steady, knowing. She exhaled, closing her eyes for a moment. She had remembered, and the river had remembered her. The night air was still, wrapped in the soft hum of the river's song. Now a gentle lullaby. Leora stood beneath the great tree, the silver leaf cool and calm in her palm, its light settled into a steady glow. The shadow was gone, dissolved into the ether, leaving only the whisper of its memory behind. Slowly, Leora opened her eyes. The forest around her seemed to breathe with relief, the leaves rustling softly, as if they, too, were releasing a held breath. She could feel the river's gratitude, a quiet, flowing warmth that filled her heart, but there was something else, a presence, gentle yet firm. The shimmering figure reappeared beside her, its form shifting softly like moonlight on water. Its eyes, if it had eyes, seemed to glow with a quiet approval. The river remembers you now, it murmured, voice like the wind through willow branches. And you remember it. Leora nodded, emotions swirling within her. She had found something lost, something stolen. Yet the journey felt incomplete, as if the leaf in her hand was only a part of a much larger puzzle. What now? She asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The figure gestured gently towards the river, its surface shimmering beneath the moonlight. There is more to be seen. The river's song has many verses, and you have only heard the beginning. Leora hesitated, looking down at the silver leaf. Its light pulsed softly, a steady rhythm matching the beat of her heart. What is this leaf? she asked, her fingers tracing its delicate veins. Why is it so important? The figure's form seemed to ripple, a soft sigh carried on the breeze. It is a piece of the river's heart, a fragment of its memory, its essence. When the river gave it to you, it offered a part of itself, a promise, a bond. Leora's chest tightened with understanding. The river hadn't just given her a leaf, it had shared its soul, its story, and the shadow. She asked, her voice trembling. Why did it want this? Because it seeks to silence the song, the figure replied, voice tinged with sorrow. To steal the river's memory, to erase its story. Without the song, the river fades. The valley forgets. Leora's grip on the leaf tightened. The idea of this place, this living, breathing memory, being lost to silence sent a chill through her veins. But why me? The figure tilted its head, its presence gentle yet unyielding. Because you listened. And because you remember. A gentle ripple spread across the river's surface, catching Leora's attention. She looked up, and in the shimmering water, images began to form, reflections of moments past and glimpses of what might come, the child laughing beside the water, her hands reaching for the silver leaf. An old woman, her voice a gentle murmur, teaching secrets hidden in the currents. And a shadow, lingering at the edges, waiting for a moment of forgetfulness to strike. The images shifted, showing Leora standing beneath the great tree, the silver leaf in her hands, its light merging with the river's glow. The shadow shrinking away, the song swelling in triumphant harmony, Leora reached out, her fingers skimming the water's surface, sending ripples through the visions. What must I do? She whispered, her resolve hardening. The figure leaned closer, its form shimmering like starlight. Protect the song. Restore the river's heart. The river's melody swelled, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace, urging her forward. The silver leaf pulsed with light, as if responding to the call. Leora took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the river's path winding deeper into the valley. Then I'll go, she said firmly. I'll follow the river. I'll restore its song. The figure's presence seemed to smile, a soft warmth radiating from its form. Then the river will guide you. Listen well, for every note holds a secret. Every ripple tells a story. With one last look at the great tree, Leora stepped closer to the water's edge, the leaf glowing brightly in her hand. The river's current seemed to beckon, inviting her into its depths, its song promising truths long hidden. The journey was far from over. Leora took a step forward, letting the cool water lap over her feet. The river embraced her, pulling her gently into its flow. And as she waded deeper, the world around her shifted. The boundaries between water and sky, memory and reality, blurring into one, the song rose, louder and clearer, and Leora let herself be carried by the river, ready to uncover the verses yet unsung. The water cradled Leora like a gentle embrace, its currents swirling around her in shimmering ribbons of silver and blue. She felt no fear, only a deep, quiet knowing that this was where she was meant to be. The river's song was clearer here, resonating through her bones like an old lullaby she had long forgotten. The silver leaf in her palm pulsed in harmony with the melody, its light growing softer, as if syncing with the rhythm of the water. As she drifted deeper, the world around her shifted. The sky above faded, replaced by an expanse of glowing mist, and the riverbed below shimmered with patterns of light. The current guided her, not pulling or forcing, but inviting her forward, and then, shapes emerged in the water. At first, they were only faint outlines, drifting like echoes through the depths. But as Leora's eyes adjusted, she saw them clearly, figures, dozens of them. Some were kneeling by the river's edge, their hands skimming the surface, their lips moving in silent whispers. Others stood with lanterns raised high, their soft glow mirroring the silver leaf in Leora's hand. Some walked along the riverbed itself, their feet barely disturbing the sand. Leora's breath caught. They were memories, not just hers, but those of the river itself. She floated past an old woman kneeling by the shore, her hands cupping the water with reverence. The river listens, the woman whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. And it remembers. Leora drifted further. A young boy stood knee-deep in the water, releasing tiny paper boats into the current, each one carrying a flickering candle. His laughter rippled through the river, blending into its song, and then, a figure cloaked in shadow. Leora tensed. Unlike the others, this one did not glow with the soft light of memory. Instead, it pulsed with something darker, something heavy, like a weight pressing against the water itself. It stood at the river's edge, hands outstretched, as if trying to grasp the light flowing past. But the river resisted, its current shifting away from the figure's reach. The shadow had been here before, and it had tried to take something. Leora's grip tightened around the silver leaf. The figure turned, sensing her presence. Though it had no face, she could feel its gaze locking onto her. The water around it darkened, rippling with a quiet hunger. "You should not be here," it murmured, the words pressing into the water like stones sinking into the depths. Leora swallowed, steadying her breath. "And yet, here I am." The shadow tilted its head. "You cannot change what has already begun." Leora glanced down at the leaf in her hand. Its light was steady, strong. She met the shadow's gaze, her voice unwavering. "The river remembers," she said. "And so do I." The silence stretched between them. Then, the river surged. The water around Leora glowed brighter, the currents shifting, pulling her forward. The figures of memory shimmered, their whispers rising into a chorus, their voices joining the song of the river. The shadow flinched, its form wavering, breaking apart at the edges. It reached forward, but the current was already carrying Leora away, deeper into the heart of the river's memory, and as she drifted further, one thought settled in her mind: the shadow had been here before. And it was afraid. The river carried Leora forward, its song growing richer, deeper, no longer just a whisper, but a symphony of voices, each note woven from memory. The silver leaf in her hand pulsed in rhythm with the current, its glow steady despite the shadow's lingering presence. She glanced back. The figure on the riverbank had not followed. It remained at the edge, its form flickering, uncertain. Afraid, Leora exhaled, turning her focus ahead. The water was changing. The soft glow of memories brightened, the figures around her shifting, revealing glimpses of a place that no longer existed in the waking world. Stone bridges arched over the river, their surfaces smooth and worn with age. Lanterns lined the pathways, their gentle flames undisturbed by the wind. And at the very center of it all, a great sanctuary, its towers stretching towards the sky, its foundation resting on the water itself. Leora's breath caught, She knew this place, or rather, the river did. As she drifted closer, more figures emerged, real, solid, alive in the echoes of time. People walked along the sanctuary's edge, their voices warm and familiar. Some carried books bound in deep blue leather, others held bowls of clear water, their surfaces shimmering with light. It was a place of guardians, a place of keepers, and the river had once been their guide. Leora reached out, her fingers skimming the surface. The vision sharpened, drawing her in. She was no longer just floating, she was there. The air was warm, tinged with the scent of parchment and rain. She stood on the stone path, her feet bare against the cool surface. The sanctuary's doors loomed before her, carved with the symbol of the river, a flowing current woven with silver leaves, the same leaf she held in her hand. Before she could move, a voice called her name, Leora. She turned. A man stood near the water, his robes a deep shade of midnight blue, lined with silver thread. His face was lined with age, but his eyes were bright, full of knowing. He held a book close to his chest, its cover etched with symbols that shimmered in the light. "You have come far," he said, his voice carrying the weight of time. "But the river's story is not yet whole," Leora swallowed, glancing down at the silver leaf. "What is missing?" The man stepped closer, his gaze steady. "A stolen verse. A memory taken." He looked past her, towards the shadow lingering at the river's edge. "And the one who seeks to silence it." Leora followed his gaze. The shadow had not crossed into this place, but she could feel its pull, a quiet, aching void, pressing against the edges of memory. She turned back to the man. "How do I stop it?" He smiled, a soft, knowing curve of his lips. "You already have the key," he said, his eyes flickering to the leaf in her hand. "But to use it, you must listen, not just to the river's song, but to the silence between the notes." Leora frowned, gripping the leaf tighter. "I don't understand." The man reached out, resting a hand over hers. His touch was warm, real. "You will," he murmured. "When the time is right." The vision trembled. The air shimmered, and just like that, Leora was back in the river's embrace, the sanctuary fading into mist, the man's voice a whisper in the current, a stolen verse. A memory taken. She took a deep breath, her resolve steady. The river had shown her what was lost. Now, she had to find it. Leora drifted in the current, the echo of the man's words still lingering in her mind. A stolen verse. A memory taken. The water around her swirled gently, as though the river itself were in thought. The images of the ancient sanctuary had faded, but she felt it was still there, whispering from the depths, an echo in the current. She tightened her grip on the silver leaf. Its surface was cool but alive, pulsing as though it felt. But what was taken? Suddenly, a pull, not strong, not threatening, but gentle, a quiet beckoning. The current shifted, as if the river itself were guiding her. Leora allowed herself to be carried, feeling the water as a familiar companion all around her, and then, it appeared, an island in the middle of the river, not large. Barely more than a rocky outcrop, surrounded by mist. But on it stood a single tree, tall, slender, with leaves that shimmered silver in the darkness. Leora swam closer, pulling herself gently to shore. The ground beneath her feet was soft, almost like moss, and a faint wind whispered through the leaves of the tree, making them rustle in a soft, rhythmic dance, like a heartbeat. Leora stepped closer. At the base of the tree lay a small stone slab, etched with symbols worn away by time. But as she leaned down to look at it, the light from the silver leaf in her hand flared, and the symbols began to glow. Leora inhaled sharply. It was an inscription, a part of the song that belonged to the river. Her lips formed the words before her mind could fully grasp them. Born in the current, kept in the light, a song woven of silver and night. But what is lost, what is torn apart, rests in shadows, yet to start. No sooner had she spoken the last note, than the ground beneath her trembled, not like an earthquake, a shake of stone and earth, but like the quiver of a dream waking. The air shimmered, and before her, directly at the base of the tree, the darkness began to form, not the shadow from the shore. Not the same cold, this was different, something that had waited, something that knew. Leora held her breath, and then, a whisper, not from the darkness, but from the tree itself. From its roots, from the earth, you have found it. Leora opened her fingers. The silver leaf in her hand shone brighter than before, and she knew, the song was still not complete, but it was a beginning. Leora stood at the edge of the tree, her hand still resting on the glowing stone slab. The air around her pulsed with energy, as though the very fabric of the world were being woven anew. She could feel the power of the river beneath her feet, its currents swirling with the ancient rhythm of creation, but something was different now. The shadow at the edge of the riverbank had grown bolder, no longer lingering in the distance. It was creeping closer, its presence cold and hungry. Like a void that sought to consume everything in its path, Leora shuddered, pulling her hand away from the stone. The glow faded, but the inscription remained burned into her mind. She had found the verse, but the song was not yet whole. The memory, what had been taken, still eluded her. A voice, soft and familiar, echoed in her mind. The river remembers. Leora turned to see the figure from before, the man in the midnight blue robes, standing in the mist. His presence was calming, his eyes still bright with knowledge, but there was a weariness in his gaze now, as though the weight of time was bearing down on him. "You are closer," he said, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "But the path is not yet clear." Leora nodded, her fingers curling around the silver leaf. "What is it I must do?" "The song, it's not finished." "What is lost?" The man stepped forward, his movement slow, measured. "The verse was not stolen by force, but by silence. What was lost was not taken from you, but hidden, silenced in a place where the river cannot reach. You must listen, not only to the song, but to the silence that surrounds it." Leora frowned. "But how can I hear something that is hidden?" "You will know," he said softly, his eyes distant, as though he were looking far beyond her. "When the time is right, the silence will speak." The river rippled, and Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart. She looked down, her fingers tracing the surface of the water. The current was changing again, pulling her towards something deeper, something older. A part of the river she had not yet seen. Without thinking, she stepped into the water, allowing the current to carry her. The mist around her thickened, and the air grew colder. The river, once gentle and flowing, now felt like it was alive with something fierce, something ancient, filled with the weight of forgotten memories. The man's voice followed her, a whisper carried on the wind. "The river will guide you, but only if you are willing to listen to its silence." Leora nodded, her heart steadying. She was ready. The river had shown her the way. And she would not falter now. As she ventured deeper into the mist, the shadows around her shifted, drawing closer. But she could feel it now, the song of the river, soft but constant, pulsing through her veins. And in the silence between the notes, she heard something new, a voice, a memory, a key. The river was waiting. And with it, she would find the rest of the song. Leora felt the pulse of the river deepen, its currents guiding her forward like a silent companion. The mist around her thickened, twisting in patterns as though the river itself were weaving a tapestry. The darkness pressed in on all sides, but she felt no fear, only an overwhelming sense of being pulled towards something greater. Something ancient. Her heart beat in rhythm with the flow of the water, and with each breath, the river's song grew louder. Yet, in that music, she could still hear the silence, the space between the notes, the pause that seemed to hold the key to everything she sought. She was close now. Closer than she had ever been. The shadows shifted once more, swirling at the edges of her vision. She glanced behind her, but there was nothing there, only the thickening mist and the dark water, like a living thing that watched her every move. Ahead, the river widened, opening into a vast, calm pool. At the center of the pool stood a lone stone, black as night, standing tall above the water like a sentinel. On its surface were carvings, symbols Leora recognized, though she could not place them. The shapes swirled together in intricate patterns, forming a web of lines that seemed to shimmer and shift. She stepped toward the stone, feeling a strange pull, as though the very air around it had a magnetic force. Her fingers brushed against the cold surface, and the moment she touched it, a surge of energy ran through her, sending a jolt of light into her chest. The song of the river swelled, louder now, filling her mind with its rhythm, but then, the silence, the stillness between the notes became sharp, and in the quiet, Leora heard a voice. It was faint at first, as if carried on the wind. But it grew clearer with each passing moment. Remember the lost verse. The verse that binds. The verse that heals. Leora's breath caught in her throat. She had heard this before. The same words, the same haunting melody, but now they were stronger, more present. She stepped closer, pressing her hand against the stone. The symbols on its surface began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, until the light was blinding. The river's song surged around her, louder now, as though it were reaching its crescendo, and then, the voice spoke again, clearer than ever before. The song is broken, but you can mend it. You must listen, for the verse lies within you. Leora closed her eyes. The energy from the stone overwhelming her senses. She felt a warmth spreading through her, a gentle heat that soothed the cold that had settled in her bones. Suddenly, she understood, the lost verse. It was not just a part of the song. It was a piece of herself, a memory hidden deep within her. The silence that had haunted the song was not something to fear, it was a part of the music, a pause that allowed the heart to breathe. She opened her eyes, and the stone before her had transformed. No longer cold and dark, it now shimmered with the same silver light that had illuminated the river's path. The symbols had shifted, forming new patterns that seemed to speak to her. She whispered the words before she could stop herself. Born in the current, kept in the light, a song woven of silver and night, but what is lost, what is torn apart, rests in shadows, yet to start. As the final note left her lips, the river responded. The water around her rippled, and the shadows that had lingered in the mist began to recede, fading into the depths. The river was whole again, and yet, Leora knew there was still more to be uncovered. She stepped away from the stone, her heart lighter, her path clearer. The silence had been broken, the lost verse found, but the journey was not yet complete. The river had led her this far, but it was up to her to listen, to find the final key, and somewhere, in the depths of the water, she knew the last part of the song awaited her. Leora stood in the stillness, her heart echoing with the river's song, which now flowed through her veins as much as it did through the water. The glowing stone at her feet pulsed with a gentle rhythm, its energy no longer overwhelming but comforting, like an old friend's embrace. The darkness had receded, and the world seemed brighter, lighter, as though the shadows had been scattered by the song itself. Yet, even as the river's melody hummed in her chest, Leora knew that this was not the end. The song was almost whole, but it was incomplete. The final verse still eluded her, a whisper at the edges of her mind, just beyond reach. The voice, the one she had heard in the silence, spoke once more. But this time, it was not carried on the wind. It came from within, like the deepest thoughts of her heart. The song must be sung in its entirety, but not by you alone. Leora frowned, her fingers tightening around the silver leaf. The voice continued, "You have found the missing piece, but there are others who must listen. The river's song cannot be sung in isolation. It must be shared." Her heart skipped a beat. The others. She had been so focused on the journey, on finding the lost verse, that she had forgotten the people. The village. The ones who had waited for the song to return. The river had always been a part of them. The song had always been a part of their lives. It was not hers alone to finish. The realization was as clear as the river itself. She turned back to the water, which had now settled into a peaceful current, reflecting the soft light of the moon. The mist had cleared, leaving only the shimmering surface of the water, inviting and open. Leora knew what she must do. The final verse was not just for her to sing, it was for all of them, for the village, for the land that had been shaped by the river's flow. The song had been broken, but now it needed to be shared. The river began to hum, faintly at first, as if it too understood what needed to be done. Leora stepped into the water once more, feeling the pull of the current as it urged her forward. And then, from behind her, she heard the sound of footsteps, gentle but purposeful, like the beat of a drum in the distance. She turned, and there they were, the villagers. The ones who had lived alongside the river, whose lives had been shaped by its rhythms. They stood at the edge of the water, watching her, their faces a mixture of wonder and understanding. They had waited for this moment. Leora felt the silver leaf pulse in her hand, its light glowing brightly. She stepped toward them, the river's song guiding her. "You must sing," she said, her voice strong yet filled with reverence. "The river's song is not mine alone. It belongs to all of us, to all who listen, one by one." The villagers stepped into the water, their eyes filled with the same understanding that had taken root in Leora's heart. They stood with her, their voices soft at first, joining with the river's hum, and then, as if responding to their collective will, the song began. It was a melody of water and light, of memory and silence, woven together in perfect harmony. The river sang with them, its currents swirling and dancing in time with their voices. The silver leaf in Leora's hand shone brightly, reflecting the moonlight above. The lost verse, the missing piece, was found, not in isolation, but in the unity of their voices. The river's song was complete. Leora closed her eyes, feeling the power of the moment. The song had healed the river, and in turn, it had healed them all. The land, the people, and the water were one once more. As the final notes of the song faded into the night, Leora felt a deep peace settle over her. The river had been restored, its song returned to the world, but there was still one last thing to do. Leora opened her eyes and gazed at the shimmering water, her heart full. She knew that the river would continue to sing, long after they were gone. Its melody would carry on, echoing through time, a song of life and memory, of unity and peace. And with that knowledge, Leora smiled. The journey had been long, but the river's song had been worth every step. As the final notes of the song faded, the villagers stood in a peaceful silence, the ripples on the water slowly dying down to a soft murmur. The moonlight gleamed on the river's surface, now clear and still, as though it too had listened and understood. Leora stood with them, her heart swelling with a quiet joy, the sound of the song still lingering in her mind. The river had been healed, its voice restored to its rightful place. The land, the people, and the water had come together in perfect harmony. The air was thick with the magic of the moment, and for the first time in what felt like ages, the village seemed at peace. Leora stepped back from the water, her eyes still locked on the shimmering surface. The journey had brought her here. But what lay ahead? The river's song was no longer broken, but that didn't mean her role was over. She had heard the call, and now it was time for the world to listen, to follow the melody that would guide them forward. "You've done it," a voice broke the silence, and Leora turned to find her mentor, Marin, approaching her. His eyes were full of pride, but there was something else too, a knowing, as though he had always known how this would end. "The song is whole again," Leora nodded, feeling the weight of his words sink deep within her. "It's not just my song," she said softly. "It belongs to all of us. It's the heart of the river, the heart of this land. We all have a part to play." Marin smiled, his expression warm with understanding. "And you have taught us how to listen again. The river's song was always here, but we had to learn to hear it." He paused for a moment, his gaze softening as he looked toward the village. "There is much work to be done now. The land needs its people. The river needs its guardians." Leora looked toward the villagers, who were still gathered at the water's edge, their faces filled with hope and new purpose. She could see the spark of something awakening in them, a deep connection to the land, to the river, to the very song they had sung together. It was as if they had been given a new chance to live in balance with the world around them. "We can begin again," Leora said, her voice quiet but firm. "With the song as our guide, we can heal this land together." Marin nodded, placing a hand on her shoulder. "The song is more than a melody, Leora. It's a reminder of what we've forgotten. It's the bond that ties us all to the earth, to each other, and to the future." Leora looked out at the river once more. The night was still, and the mist had lifted completely, revealing the full expanse of the water, shining like liquid silver under the moon. She felt a deep sense of gratitude, not just for the river's return, but for the journey that had brought her here. She had listened to the river, and in return, it had shown her the way forward. Now, it was time to share that gift. The villagers began to gather around her, their faces eager, their hearts open. They were ready to carry the song forward, to become its keepers, its protectors. Leora smiled, knowing that the river would continue to sing, not just for her, but for all of them. The song would echo in their hearts, guiding them, healing them, for as long as they listened, and as she joined them at the water's edge, Leora could almost hear the river's voice once more, soft and sweet, carrying its timeless message. The river had always known its course. It was time for them all to follow. The days that followed the song's completion were filled with a quiet kind of magic. The villagers, once weary and disconnected from the world around them, now moved with purpose and unity. The river, once muted by the burden of silence, flowed with a renewed energy, its song carrying on the winds and through the trees. It had become a part of them, woven into their lives, as it had always been meant to be. Leora found herself walking along the river's edge more often now, her feet sinking into the soft earth, feeling the pulse of the water beneath the surface. The air around her was thick with the scent of wet moss and fresh earth. Each step seemed to echo with the heartbeat of the land, and in those moments, she could hear the river whispering softly, as if it were thanking her for listening. But there was still work to be done. The village had begun to rebuild, not just physically, but spiritually. The song had awakened something in the people, a deep connection to the earth that they had long forgotten. It wasn't just about tending to the land, to the crops, or to the animals. It was about honoring the balance of the world, the river, and each other. And Leora was determined to guide them, to ensure that they remembered this truth for generations to come. One evening, as the sky turned to twilight, Marin approached her once more. His face was thoughtful, as it often was, but there was a sense of peace in his eyes that Leora hadn't seen before. "It is working," he said simply. As they both stood watching the river flow, Leora nodded. "It feels like we've all finally come home. But there is always more to be done," Marin finished her thought, his smile soft but knowing. "The river's song is a gift, but it is also a responsibility. The balance must be maintained, and we must teach those who come after us to hear the song as we have." Leora looked toward the horizon, where the first stars were beginning to twinkle. "How do we ensure that they listen? That they never forget?" Marin's eyes shone with a wisdom that only time could bring. "We teach them, as we were taught, through patience and care. The song isn't just in the river, Leora. It's in every leaf, every breeze, every drop of rain. It's in the hearts of the people who live in harmony with it. The song is passed down through actions, through the way we tend to the earth and each other." Leora thought for a moment, her gaze drifting to the river again. "We've learned so much, haven't we? But the world is still full of noise, distractions. How can we make sure the song is never lost again?" "The world will always be full of distractions," Marin said gently, "but the song is timeless. It will wait for those who are ready to listen. All we can do is listen ourselves and show others how to hear it, how to carry it forward." Leora smiled, a sense of peace settling over her. It felt as though the weight of the journey had finally been lifted. The river's song was no longer just a distant memory or a far-off dream. It was real, and it was alive, flowing through her and through everyone who had listened. The path ahead was clear now, and the village was ready. "Thank you," she whispered to the river, though she knew it could hear her. Thank you for waiting." As the stars began to fill the sky, Leora felt the connection between the earth, the river, and the people deepening. The world was still, yet full of possibility. The journey had brought her here, and now, she was ready to walk alongside the river for as long as it flowed, and the song. The song would live on, in the quiet nights, in the laughter of the villagers, in the rustling of the trees, and in the whispers of the river. It would never be forgotten. The seasons began to shift, as they always did, with the river flowing tirelessly through the village. The once muted melody had now become a steady hum, like a song that never quite ends. It wrapped around the lives of those who lived by the water, filling the air with its unspoken promise. It was a lullaby, a reminder, a promise that no matter how the world changed, the river would always be there, singing. Leora spent her days walking along the banks, teaching the children how to hear the whispers of the river, how to feel its pulse beneath their feet. The elders shared stories of how the river had once spoken to their ancestors, how they had listened, and how the song had sustained them through the hardest of times. It had always been there, quietly present, waiting to be heard, but even in the peace that had settled over the village, Leora could not shake the feeling that something was still missing. The river's song was no longer silenced by the weight of sorrow, yet there were times when it felt as though it were calling out for something more. She could hear it, a subtle yearning in the waters. It wasn't a cry for help, no, it was a deeper longing, something only those who truly listened could feel. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in deep shades of amber and violet, Leora stood at the water's edge. The song of the river seemed to change, rising and falling like a breath, gentle and steady, but with a pull, a beckoning. It was almost as if it was calling to her, as though it wanted her to remember something. Marin appeared beside her, as if sensing her thoughts. He, too, had been walking along the river in silence for some time. He placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch warm and steady. "The river has changed," he said quietly, his voice soft but filled with understanding. "The song is no longer just a healing melody. It is asking something of us." Leora nodded. "I feel it too. The song is asking us to remember something, something deeper than what we have learned so far. It is asking us to not only listen, but to understand," Marin continued. "The river's song is not just a sound to soothe us, it is a guide. It carries the knowledge of the land, of the people, and of the very forces that bind us all together. It has shown us healing, but now it asks us to learn its full language." Leora stared out at the water, her mind racing. "But what does it mean? What are we meant to understand?" Marin smiled faintly, his gaze distant. "I believe that the song's full meaning is not something we can learn in a day or a year. It will unfold over time, as it has always done. But one thing is certain, it is a living thing, and it will change as we change. We must be patient. And we must be open. The song will show us the way when we are ready." Leora turned her eyes back to the river, feeling a deep connection to its flowing currents. It wasn't just water, it was life, movement, energy. It held a wisdom beyond what she could fully comprehend, and yet, she knew that in time, the river would reveal more to her. She had always believed that healing came through understanding, and now she understood that the river was teaching her to listen in ways she had never thought possible. "Then we wait." Leora said softly, her heart at peace. We continue to listen, and when the time comes, the river will guide us forward, Marin nodded. Exactly. We listen not just with our ears, but with our hearts. The song will guide us, and in turn, we will help others hear it too, and so, with the river singing its eternal song, Leora and Marin returned to the village. They had much to do, but in the quiet of the night, under the watchful eyes of the stars, they knew that they had already begun the next chapter of their journey. The song would unfold as it always had, slowly, steadily, like the river itself, and when it did, they would be ready. The days stretched into weeks, and the air began to cool with the first hints of autumn. The river, ever constant, flowed with a grace that seemed to echo the changes around it. Its song, once gentle and soothing, now carried a richness. As though it were calling them to something greater, something beyond the familiar, Leora spent her mornings at the water's edge, still listening for the river's deeper messages. She had come to understand that the song was not merely a comfort, it was a map, a guide to something much larger than she had imagined. Yet, even as she listened, she couldn't quite grasp what it was that the river was trying to show her. One crisp evening, as the sun began its descent behind the trees, Leora found herself walking alone along the river's banks. The soft rustling of the wind through the trees accompanied her every step, and the river's voice seemed to hum with an urgency she hadn't noticed before. There was something in the air, something different. As she rounded a bend in the river, she noticed something she had never seen before, a small, quiet pool tucked away beneath a cluster of ancient willows. The water there was still, almost as if it were holding its breath. And in the heart of the pool, there was a stone, a smooth, pale rock that shimmered with a soft, otherworldly glow. Curious, Leora knelt beside the pool, gazing into the clear water. She could feel the pull of the stone, as though it were calling to her, urging her to touch it. The river's song swelled around her, almost like a breath held in anticipation. Tentatively, Leora reached out and brushed her fingers across the surface of the water. As her touch made contact, the song of the river changed. It deepened, flowing through her, into her very bones. She could feel it in every part of her, the rhythm of the water, the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of the world. It was like nothing she had ever felt before. The stone beneath the water hummed, glowing brighter, and suddenly, the world around her seemed to fade. She was no longer just standing by the river. She was in it, immersed in its currents, feeling the flow of its song with a clarity she had never known. In that moment, the river revealed itself to her in its entirety. She saw the path it had taken through the ages, the stories it had carried, the lives it had shaped. She saw the struggles and the triumphs, the love and the loss, the growth and the decay. The river was not just a river, it was a keeper of all that had ever been, all that was, and all that would be. It was a living history, a record of the land, and its song was the thread that tied everything together. Leora closed her eyes, letting the vision wash over her. She understood now that the river's song was not just for the people of the village, it was for all who lived by its waters, for all who were connected to it. It was a message, reminder of the deep, unbreakable bond between the land, the people, and the flow of time itself. As the vision faded, Leora found herself back at the edge of the pool. Her heart pounding with the weight of what she had just experienced. The stone had returned to its quiet stillness, its glow fading into the soft light of the evening, She sat for a long time, absorbing the truth of what the river had shown her. It was not enough to listen to the song. They had to understand it, to honor it in every part of their lives. The river's song was not just a gift, it was a responsibility. And now, she knew that the village would have to learn to live in harmony with it, to honor the river as they had once done long ago. When Leora finally stood, she felt a deep sense of peace. The river's song was clear now, its meaning more than just a distant hum. It was a call to action. A call to remember the ancient bond between earth and water, between all living things. As she walked back toward the village, her mind was filled with plans. She would gather the people, and together, they would begin to build a future that honored the river's song. They would remember the lessons of the past, but they would also move forward, with the river's guidance. For the first time in a long while, Leora felt as though she understood her place in the world. She was not just a listener to the river's song, she was a part of it, and together, they would shape the future. The river's song would never end, but its message would continue to unfold, ever deeper, ever richer. As long as they were ready to listen, the days following Leora's vision were filled with a quiet sense of anticipation. The village was abuzz with the idea that the river's song held something important, something that, until now, had remained hidden beneath its flowing currents. The elders gathered, the children whispered excitedly, and the people began to feel a renewed sense of purpose. There was work to be done, but no one quite knew where to begin. Leora stood by the water every morning, watching it flow with a steady rhythm. The stone that had glowed beneath the surface of the pool still lingered in her thoughts, its hum still echoing through her heart. It was as if the river had shown her the path ahead. But it was now up to the people to walk it. It was during one of these quiet moments by the river that Marin joined her, his face thoughtful. "I have spoken with the elders," he said, his voice soft. "They believe the river's message is clear. We must begin by strengthening our connection to the land, to the waters, to the very heart of the earth. But they are unsure of how to begin. The river is ancient, and its ways are not easily understood." Leora nodded, her gaze still fixed on the flowing water. "The river has shown me much, but there is still more to learn. We must find a way to listen, to hear what it truly wants from us." Marin looked at her, his expression gentle but filled with determination. "Then we must be patient, but also willing to act. The river's song has already begun to change us. Now it is time for us to help others hear it too." Together, they walked back to the village, where a meeting was already being prepared. The air was filled with the scent of autumn leaves, and the villagers were gathering in the central square, waiting for guidance. The evening sun bathed everything in a soft golden light, and for a moment, it felt as though the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. Leora stood before the people, her heart steady but filled with a quiet urgency. "The river's song has always been with us," she began, her voice carrying through the gathered crowd. "But we have only just begun to understand its true meaning. It is not just a song for us to hear, it is a call for us to reconnect with the earth, with the waters, and with each other." The villagers listened intently, and Leora could see that the river's message had touched them deeply. The river was more than just a part of their lives, it was their life. It had given them everything: the water to drink, the fields to till, the forests to harvest. And in return, they had only given it their respect, their gratitude, and their care. But now, it seemed, they were being asked for something more. We must listen carefully, she continued. The river has been teaching us, showing us the way. It has given us the strength to endure, the wisdom to heal, and the guidance to grow. But it is now asking for us to understand, to remember our bond with the land and the waters that sustain us. A murmur rippled through the crowd, but Leora raised her hand, signaling for quiet. We will begin with the land. We will remember the old ways of tending to the earth, of planting and harvesting with care. We will honor the river not just with our words, but with our actions. We will protect the waters, nurture the forests, and restore the balance that has been lost. As Leora spoke, she could feel the weight of the river's song pressing down on her. It was a song of balance, of unity, of connection. And the people, her people, were ready to listen. The elders nodded in agreement, their faces solemn but filled with quiet approval. It was clear that the river's message was one that resonated deeply within them. For too long, they had relied on the river to provide, without giving back in return. Now, it seemed, they were being called to do more. Over the next several weeks, the village worked together to restore the land and the river's health. They planted new trees along the banks of the river, clearing away the debris that had accumulated over the years. They rebuilt the pathways that led to the water, reinforcing the bridges that had long been used to cross its currents. They learned to listen to the whispers of the trees and the call of the birds, understanding that they were all connected to the same cycle, the same song. As they worked, the river's song seemed to change again. It deepened, becoming more complex, as though it were growing stronger with each action they took. The once muted hum was now a symphony, a chorus of voices that echoed through the trees, the fields, and the hearts of the people. But there was still something they had not yet understood, something that lingered just out of reach. One evening, as the sun set behind the mountains, Leora sat by the river once more. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the water fill her ears. And then, just as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, she heard it, a new note in the song, one that she had not yet heard before. It was a whisper, soft but insistent, a call for the next step. The river's song was not yet complete. Leora knew that this was only the beginning. The river had given them a new understanding of their connection to the land, but there was more to learn, more to discover. The river's song would continue, and with it, their journey. They had taken the first step, but there was still a long road ahead, and as the night deepened, Leora felt the river's presence all around her. It was a part of her now, as it was a part of everyone who lived by its waters. The song would continue, and together, they would follow it, wherever it led. The weeks had passed, and the village had settled into a new rhythm. The land, once burdened by neglect, now thrived with renewed life. Trees grew strong by the river's edge, their roots deepening into the soil, while the air hummed with the songs of birds returning to the branches. The river, too, seemed more alive, its currents flowing with a strength that matched the people's efforts. Yet, despite their progress, Leora still felt an unspoken pull, a sense that there was more to the river's song than what they had uncovered. One evening, as the village prepared for the harvest festival, Leora found herself once again drawn to the water. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow across the fields, but her mind was far from the festivities. She stood by the river, watching its steady flow, listening to its song. It had been weeks since her vision by the pool, and yet, the final note of the song still eluded her. What was the river trying to show her? Why did it feel as though there was something hidden beneath the surface, something waiting to be discovered? Her thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. "Marin," she said, turning to see him approaching, his expression thoughtful. He smiled gently, as if he had been waiting for her to notice him. "You've been spending a lot of time with the river lately," he said, his voice soft. "I can see that the song is still calling you." Leora nodded, her gaze returning to the water. "I hear it," she said quietly. "But I don't fully understand it. It feels like the river is trying to tell me something, but it's hidden, just beyond my reach." Marin stepped closer, his eyes reflecting the quiet strength of the river itself. "Perhaps you're not meant to understand all of it yet. Sometimes, we must let the song unfold on its own time. But one thing is certain, you are not alone in this journey. The river's song is for everyone, not just for you." Leora took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his words settle in her chest. The river's song was not hers to unravel alone. It was a song for the whole village, for everyone who lived by its waters. Perhaps it wasn't just about hearing the song, it was about living it, breathing it, becoming one with it. As the evening deepened, the village began to gather at the center for the festival. The sound of laughter and music carried through the air, but Leora felt a sense of stillness within her. The river had shown her so much, but she knew that the next step would require more than just understanding. It would require a leap of faith. Later that night, as the festival was in full swing, Leora stood alone by the river, watching the moon's reflection ripple on the surface. The river's song echoed through the quiet night, its notes soft and melodious. And then, just as the wind shifted, Leora heard it, an unmistakable shift in the song. It was as though the river was calling her name, its melody clearer, more urgent than before. With a quiet breath, Leora stepped into the water. The coolness of the river surrounded her, and as she waded deeper, she felt a sense of connection, a bond that went beyond the physical. The river's song was no longer just a sound, it was a living force, flowing through her, guiding her forward. The water rose to her waist, and she closed her eyes, letting the song fill her heart. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the moment when she would let the river guide her. Completely and without hesitation, as the river's song swelled, Leora felt something shift within her. A warmth spread through her chest, and in the stillness of the water, she understood. The river had been waiting for this moment. It was not just about the land or the village, it was about the people's hearts. The river's song was a call for unity, a reminder that they were all connected. It was a call to heal, to move beyond their past and into a future where they lived in harmony with the land and each other. Leora opened her eyes, her heart swelling with a deep sense of purpose. The river was no longer a mere force of nature, it was a teacher, a guide, a keeper of all the knowledge the land had to offer. And as she stood in the water, Leora knew that the time had come to share the river's song with the people, to teach them what she had learned. The village had made great strides, but there was still work to be done. The river's song was a gift, but it was also a challenge. It was a call to action, to remember their connection to the land and to one another. She stepped out of the water and made her way back to the village. As she walked, the sounds of the festival reached her ears, but now, they seemed distant, as though the river's song had become the true music of her world. The festival, the laughter, the joy, it was all part of the song, but it was only one note. The song of the river was the melody that bound everything together. Leora entered the gathering with a renewed sense of clarity. She knew what she had to do. It was time for the village to truly hear the song, to understand its message, and to live it. The night had come, but Leora could feel the stillness of the air heavy with anticipation. The villagers had gathered around the bonfire in the center of the village, their faces alight with curiosity and excitement. The harvest festival was still in full swing, but now, there was an energy in the air that spoke of something greater. Something had changed. Leora stood before them, her heart steady, her mind clear. The river's song had led her to this moment, and now, it was time to share its message with the people who had become her family. The flames flickered in the cool night air, casting dancing shadows across the faces of the villagers. Marin stood by her side, his gaze steady and supportive, and the weight of the river's song rested between them like a living thing. "My friends," Leora began, her voice calm but firm. "The river has been singing to us. For months now, we've heard its song, felt its call, and seen the changes it has brought to our land. But there is more to its song than we've understood. It is not just a melody for the seasons or the earth, it is a song for our hearts. A reminder of who we are and what we are capable of." The villagers listened intently, and Leora could see the spark of understanding in their eyes. The river had become a part of their lives, its presence undeniable. But now, they were ready to hear the deeper truth. The river's song teaches us the importance of connection to each other, to the land, and to the water that sustains us. It is a reminder that we are not isolated beings, but part of a greater whole. Everything we do, every choice we make, ripples out and affects those around us. The river has shown us the way to live in harmony with the land, but it is up to us to carry that message forward. A hush fell over the crowd as Leora continued. "The land has healed, the crops are bountiful, and the trees have grown tall once again. But there is still work to be done. We must take the lessons we've learned and apply them to every part of our lives. We must honor the river, honor the earth, and honor one another. The song we hear is not just a gift, it is a call to action." Marin stepped forward, his voice joining hers. "Together, we've made great progress. But now, we must strengthen our bond with the land, the river, and each other. It is not enough to simply listen to the song, we must live it. We must embrace the way of the river, moving with grace, with purpose, and with the understanding that every action has a ripple effect." Leora nodded, the weight of their words settling into the hearts of the villagers. "Tonight, we celebrate not just the harvest, but the new path we are walking together. The river's song will guide us, but it is up to us to listen, to share its message, and to ensure that we live in a way that honors the balance of life. The river does not simply flow, it flows with purpose, and so must we." The villagers stood in silence for a moment, the weight of Leora's words sinking in. Then, one by one, they began to step forward, offering their hands to one another. It was a gesture of unity, a promise that they would work together to live the song of the river. As the night wore on, the music of the festival seemed to blend with the river's song, as though the two had become one. Leora felt the connection between the people. The land and the river deepened. It was as though the song had woven itself into the very fabric of their lives, a melody that would carry them forward into the future. The flames of the bonfire flickered brightly, their warmth radiating out to the gathered villagers, and the river's song seemed to hum through the night air, guiding them, reminding them of the work that lay ahead. But there was no fear in their hearts, only a deep sense of peace, knowing that they were not alone in this journey. The singing river had shown them the way, and now they would walk that path together. In the days that followed the festival, the village seemed to hum with a new energy. The river, once just a source of life, had become a living symbol of the villagers' unity and purpose. Leora felt a shift within herself as well, a deepening connection not just to the water, but to every person, every tree, every breeze that carried the song of the river through the land. The harvest had been bountiful, more plentiful than anyone had dared to hope. The fields, once barren, were now lush with crops that swayed gently in the wind, as though the earth itself had been awakened by the song. The river had shared its wisdom with the land, and in return, the land had flourished, but it was not just the physical world that had changed. The villagers, too, had changed. There was a new sense of purpose in their hearts. A recognition that they were part of something much larger than themselves. They no longer saw the river as simply a resource, something to be used and controlled. They saw it as a partner, a companion, a guide. The river's song had taught them that to live in harmony with nature, they must honor it, not dominate it. Leora spent her days walking by the river, listening to its melody, and watching as the villagers worked in the fields and by the water. The connection between them all was palpable, a quiet understanding that had woven its way into every interaction. People no longer hurried through their tasks. Instead, they moved with a calm purpose, each action performed with mindfulness. As though they were dancing to the rhythm of the river's song, one afternoon, as the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the village, Leora sat by the water, her thoughts drifting like the leaves on the surface of the river. She had always known that the river was important, but now, she understood its true power. It was not just the source of life, it was a living force of connection, a reminder of the delicate balance that existed between all things. "Marin," Leora said softly, not looking up as she sensed his approach. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the river? Beyond this village?" Marin, who had been walking beside her, paused. He was quiet for a moment before answering. "I do. The river has shown us much, but it has also kept things hidden. It flows on, day after day, but we've only begun to understand its depths." Leora nodded, her fingers brushing the water's surface. "There's a world beyond the river, beyond the village. The song is not just for us, it's for everyone. For all who are willing to listen." Marin sat beside her, his gaze turning toward the distant horizon where the river disappeared into the forest. "Perhaps the river's song is calling us to something greater," he mused. "Something beyond the boundaries we've set for ourselves." Leora felt a stirring within her, a sense of anticipation that had been growing ever since the festival. The river's song had shown them how to live in balance, how to heal, but it also hinted at something more. There was a purpose in their journey, a purpose that was not yet fully realized. "The village has changed," Leora said, her voice steady but filled with wonder. "But I feel there is more for us to discover. We cannot stay here forever." The river's song. It's guiding us, urging us to continue. Marin looked at her, his eyes thoughtful. "You think it's time to leave the village?" Leora paused, the weight of the decision settling in her chest. "Not to leave, exactly. But to move forward. The river's song is not just for our village, it's for the world. We have learned so much. But now we must share it." Marin's gaze softened, and he nodded slowly. "I see. The river's song has brought us together, shown us how to live in harmony. Perhaps now, it's calling us to help others hear it, too." Leora smiled, the idea filling her with a sense of purpose. She had always known there was something larger at play, something beyond the borders of their village. The river's song was not just a gift, it was a responsibility. A responsibility to share the wisdom they had gained, to spread the message of unity and balance to the world beyond. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in shades of purple and gold, Leora and Marin sat in silence, watching the river's currents carry the last light of the day away. The song of the river filled the air, now louder, clearer, as though it had been waiting for them to understand. The time had come. Leora stood, her heart beating in time with the river's rhythm. "We'll start tomorrow," she said quietly, her voice firm with resolve. "We'll follow the river's path, and we'll share its song with those who need to hear it." Marin stood beside her, a smile of quiet understanding on his face. "Together," he said softly, and with that, they turned toward the village, knowing that their journey was just beginning. The river had led them this far. Now, it was time to follow its song wherever it might lead. The morning light broke gently through the trees, casting long, soft shadows across the village. It was the start of something new, something neither Leora nor Marin could fully understand yet, but they felt it deep in their bones. The river's call had reached its crescendo, and now, they were ready to answer. The villagers had gathered to see them off, the faces that had once been full of curiosity now alight with understanding. They had all felt the river's magic, the healing it had brought to the land and the people. Now, it was time to share that gift with the world beyond the village borders. Leora stood before them, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice steady, "for everything you have given me. Your wisdom, your kindness, your belief in the river's song. We will take that song with us as we journey forward." Marin stood beside her, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. "And we will carry the lessons we've learned here, knowing that the river's song is not just for us. It is for everyone who will listen." The villagers nodded, a collective understanding passing between them all. The bond they had forged through the river's song would not end with this moment. It was a thread that tied them all together, a connection that would persist no matter how far Leora and Marin traveled. "Go well," said Eldra, the village elder, her voice soft but firm. "And remember, the river flows through all of us. Wherever you go, its song will be with you." With those words, Leora and Marin turned and began their journey. They walked along the familiar path that led to the river's edge, the water flowing beside them, as it had for as long as they could remember. But now, the river felt different. Its song had deepened, its rhythms more complex, as though it was urging them forward, guiding them with every step. As they walked, Leora couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. What lay beyond the village? What awaited them on the other side of the river, in the land they had never known? The river had shown them so much, but its mysteries still stretched out before them like an endless horizon. We don't know what we'll find, Marin said quietly, sensing the questions in her heart. But we do know one thing, the song is not just for us. It's for everyone who needs to hear it. Leora nodded, her resolve growing with each step. The river's song has healed us. It has brought us together, shown us the way. And now, we must share it with those who have yet to hear it. There is so much out there that we don't understand. But we know that we are not alone in this. The river is with us. The road stretched ahead, winding through forests and fields, over hills and valleys, as if the earth itself was part of the song. And with each passing mile, Leora felt the weight of the journey growing heavier, yet she also felt a deeper sense of purpose, as though they were part of something much larger than themselves. Days passed, and their journey took them farther from the village, deeper into the unknown. They crossed rivers and climbed mountains, traveled through dense forests where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Everywhere they went, they heard the river's song, in the whisper of the wind, in the rustle of leaves, in the calls of distant birds. It was not just a song for the land, it was a song for the world. One evening, as they camped by the edge of a river that seemed to sing with a voice all its own, Leora sat by the fire, staring into the flames. Marin sat beside her, his thoughts distant as the river's song echoed softly in the night. I wonder if we're on the right path, Leora murmured, her voice barely a whisper. We are, Marin replied, his gaze steady. The river has brought us here. We are following its flow, listening to its guidance. We are where we need to be. Leora nodded, though her heart was heavy with doubt. The path ahead was unclear, and the unknown stretched out before them like an endless expanse. But she knew that the river's song had brought them this far, and it would continue to guide them. As the stars twinkled above them, the river seemed to hum a lullaby, its melody rising and falling with the rhythm of the night. Leora closed her eyes and listened, letting the song wash over her, letting it soothe her fears. The journey was just beginning, and she had no way of knowing where it would lead. But one thing was certain, the river's song would always be with them, guiding them, singing to them, reminding them that they were not alone. The days had turned into weeks as Leora and Marin traveled farther from the village, their path taking them into lands untouched by the song of the river. Yet, as they ventured into these unknown places, the melody of the river was never far from their hearts. It was with them always, guiding them, calling them, reminding them of the unity they had left behind and the promise they had made to carry the song beyond the familiar shores. Each day, they encountered new landscapes, rolling hills, vast meadows, deep forests, and wide open plains. But no matter where they went, the river's song was always present, though it sometimes took on new forms. Sometimes it whispered through the rustling leaves of the trees, sometimes it echoed in the distant call of a bird, and other times it was as still and quiet as the moonlight filtering through the night sky. One morning, as they walked along the edge of a vast meadow, Leora stopped, her eyes scanning the horizon. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant stream reached her ears. But something else caught her attention, a figure on the far side of the meadow, standing alone, looking toward them. Marin noticed her hesitation. "Do you think they've heard the song?" he asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Leora stepped forward, her heart quickening as she moved toward the figure. It was a woman, draped in a cloak of soft green fabric that blended with the earth and grass around her. She was tall, with hair that shimmered in the sunlight like silver strands caught in a breeze. Her eyes, when they met Leora's, were a soft shade of blue, the color of the clearest sky. The woman did not speak at first but simply watched Leora and Marin approach. Her gaze gentle yet filled with understanding, as though she knew the very reason they had come. "You seek the river's song," the woman said at last, her voice as calm and steady as the waters they had followed. Leora's breath caught in her chest. "Yes," she said softly. "We've traveled far to listen, to understand. We wish to share the song with those who have yet to hear it." The woman smiled, a knowing smile that seemed to hold centuries of wisdom. "You are not the first to seek it. The river's song has touched many hearts, but not all are ready to hear it. The song carries with it a great responsibility. It calls to those who are willing to listen, but it also requires them to change." "We understand," Marin said, his voice firm. "We have learned much, but we know we must share it. We cannot keep this gift to ourselves." The woman's eyes softened. "You are brave to follow the song. But there are many who do not know how to listen, who are not ready to hear its truth. It is not an easy path you walk. We are willing to face whatever comes," Leora said, her voice steady. "The river has shown us how to live in harmony. We cannot turn away from that knowledge." The woman nodded slowly. "Then you must follow the river even farther. It has a place for you to go, a place where the song will be heard by those who need it most." "Where?" Marin asked. The woman raised her hand, pointing toward the distant horizon. "Follow the path where the river meets the sea. There, you will find those who are ready to listen. But be warned, the journey is long, and the road is not always clear. You must be patient, for the song will not be heard by all at once. Some will resist it, but that will not change its power." Leora and Marin exchanged a look. The road ahead had never seemed clearer, and yet, it also felt more uncertain than ever. But the call of the river was undeniable. "We will go," Leora said, her heart filled with a quiet determination. The woman smiled once more. "Remember, the river flows through all things. And though its song may be soft, it has the power to change the world. Never forget that." With those final words, the woman turned and walked into the meadow, disappearing into the tall grasses, leaving Leora and Marin standing in awe. They stood in silence for a long moment, the weight of the woman's words settling in their hearts. The path ahead was uncertain, but they knew they could not turn back. The river's song had given them so much already, and now, it was time to take the next step. With the woman's guidance in their hearts, they turned toward the distant horizon, ready to follow the river to the place where the song would be heard by those who were waiting for it. As they walked, the river's melody seemed to grow louder, the notes clearer, as though it was singing just for them, urging them on. The road was long, but they were not alone. The song was with them, guiding them every step of the way. The road ahead was long, and the days blurred together as Leora and Marin traveled farther from the meadow and the wise woman's words. Their journey had taken them through vast forests and over high hills, and now they found themselves on the outskirts of a small town nestled along the banks of a river. The town was quiet, its streets peaceful, with the soft murmur of the river nearby. As they entered the town, the air felt different, heavier, somehow, as though the river here was not as clear, not as vibrant. There was a subtle unease in the way the water moved. Its song quieted, almost as though it had been muted by something unseen. Leora glanced at Marin, who seemed to feel the same weight in the air. "This doesn't feel like the river we know," she whispered, her voice tinged with concern. "It's as if it's waiting." Marin nodded, his brow furrowed. "It feels different here, like something is holding it back. But we should listen closely. We've come too far to stop now." They continued walking through the town, their steps taking them toward the riverbank, where the water flowed lazily, its current not as strong as it had been in the villages they'd passed. The townsfolk moved quietly about their daily tasks, their faces blank, as if unaware of the river's quiet sorrow. Yet, when Leora and Marin stopped at the edge of the water, the song was there, faint but present. It hummed in the air, barely audible, like a distant memory. A man appeared from a small stone house near the river's edge. His clothes were simple, but there was a tiredness to his eyes, a weariness that seemed to stretch back years. He watched them for a moment, his gaze sharp, before he spoke. "Not many come to this river anymore," he said, his voice rough, as though it hadn't been used much in recent times. "It was once the lifeblood of this town, but now, it's just water. It doesn't sing like it used to." Leora stepped forward, her heart aching for the loss in his voice. "What happened?" she asked softly. "Why has the song stopped?" The man looked at the river, a shadow crossing his face. "People stopped listening. They took the river for granted, as though it would always be there, singing for them, giving them what they needed without question. But when the song fades, the river becomes a silent thing, and the land begins to forget." Marin's voice was quiet but firm. "The river never stopped singing. It's not the river that's changed, it's the people who have stopped hearing." The man's eyes darkened. "You don't understand. There are those who fear the song. They think it brings too much change. They want things to stay the way they were, before the river sang and woke something inside of them. Now, the river is still, and the people are at peace, or so they think." Leora could feel the weight of his words. There was fear here, fear of change, of the river's song disturbing the quiet lives they had built. It was a fear she knew all too well, the fear of the unknown that held people back from embracing what the river had to offer. "But the song is still there," she said softly, her gaze locked on the still water. "It's never truly gone. It waits for those who are willing to listen." The man shook his head, a sad smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "The song is only for those who are ready. Most of us have forgotten how to hear it. The song is lost to us." Leora stood in silence, feeling the river's presence all around her. It was true that the song had quieted here, but it was not lost. She could feel it beneath the surface, faint but constant, waiting for someone to listen. The river had not given up on this town, even if the people had given up on it. Marin stepped forward, his voice low but filled with conviction. We are here to remind you. The river's song is always here, even when it's hard to hear. We are here to help you listen again. The man looked at them, his eyes weary but thoughtful. It's not so simple. There are those who would rather the song stay silent. You must be careful, if you're to bring the song back. We're not afraid, Leora said. Her voice steady. The song is too important to stay quiet. The man studied them for a long moment before he nodded slowly. You're brave. I can see that. But be warned, the town is not as open as it once was. There are those who would resist you, and not all of them are as patient as I am. With those words, he turned and walked back toward the small stone house, leaving Leora and Marin standing by the river. They were not alone, but the weight of the challenge ahead hung heavy in the air. They had come here to share the river's song, but they had not expected to encounter such resistance. Still, they could feel the song beneath the still waters, calling to them. It was faint, but it was there. The river was waiting for them to bring it back to life, to remind the people of what they had forgotten. Leora and Marin exchanged a look, their resolve growing stronger. The river had shown them its beauty, its power, and its truth. They would not let it be silenced. The sun had just begun to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Leora and Marin stood at the edge of the river, the gentle flow of water now a steady, comforting rhythm beneath their feet. Though the townspeople had returned to their homes, the silence that hung over the place still felt unnatural. It was as if the very earth was holding its breath. You feel that? Leora whispered. Her eyes focused on the river. Marin nodded, his expression distant. It's like the river knows we're here. It's waiting for something. Leora placed her hand gently on the cool, smooth stone at the edge of the river, feeling the pulse of the water beneath. It was faint, but it was there, like a heartbeat, steady but soft, as if afraid to be heard. We need to awaken it, she said, her voice filled with determination. This silence. It's not natural. Marin's eyes shifted to the far bank of the river, where the faint glow of a lantern flickered in the growing dusk. We're not the only ones who feel it, he murmured. Look. Leora followed his gaze and saw an old woman standing by the water. Her back to them. The lantern in her hand cast long shadows, and her presence seemed to fill the air with a strange heaviness. She stood there, unmoving, as if waiting for something, or someone. The woman's voice was soft, yet it carried across the water. The river remembers, she said, her words slow and measured. It remembers the songs of old, the stories whispered by those who came before. Leora and Marin exchanged a look, then slowly approached the woman. She didn't turn to face them, but they could feel her presence, as though she were aware of their every movement. What do you mean? Leora asked, her voice tentative but curious. The woman turned then, her eyes a deep, knowing shade of gray. The river is a mirror, she said, her voice still quiet, but now filled with a certain gravity. It reflects what is within the hearts of those who listen. When the people of this town stopped listening, they stopped hearing the river's song. But the song is not gone. It simply waits for those who remember how to hear it. Marin stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the woman. How can we help them hear it again? The woman's lips curled into a faint smile, but it was tinged with sadness. The river cannot sing for those who are afraid to listen. But there is a way. The song must be drawn from the heart of the land itself. Leora's eyes narrowed as she tried to understand. From the heart of the land? The woman nodded. The river flows through the earth, and in its currents, it carries the stories of the land, the whispers of the trees, the songs of the wind, the laughter of the birds. All of it is connected. But to awaken the river's song, you must first awaken the heart of the land. Marin stepped forward, his eyes burning with purpose. How do we do that? The woman's gaze softened. You must find the source. It lies deep within the forest, far beyond the river's edge, where the land is untouched by the hands of men. There, the heart of the river lies, and there, you will find the key to bringing the song back. Leora's heart raced. She could feel the weight of the task ahead. But the idea of finding the source of the river, of restoring the song to this quiet town, filled her with a sense of purpose. We'll go, Leora said firmly, her voice steady with resolve. We won't stop until we find it. The woman watched them for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Be careful, she warned. The path is not easy. The land has forgotten the song, and some forces may try to keep it that way. Leora and Marin exchanged a determined glance. They had come this far, and they would not turn back now. We're ready, Marin said, his voice calm but firm. With that, the woman turned and began to walk slowly away, her lantern casting long shadows behind her. As she disappeared into the twilight, the air seemed to shift, and for the first time since their arrival, the river's song felt a little clearer, a little stronger. Leora looked at Marin, her eyes filled with resolve. We know what we have to do. Together, they turned away from the river, their path leading them toward the deep forest beyond. The quiet of the town remained behind them, but in their hearts, the song of the river was calling them forward. The forest grew dense as Leora and Marin ventured deeper into the unknown. The light from the setting sun barely filtered through the thick canopy above, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and sway with the movement of the wind. The trees stood tall and ancient. Their trunks twisted in ways that spoke of centuries of growth, their roots tangled like the very threads of time. The air was thick with the scent of earth and moss, and the further they went, the quieter it became. Even the birds had stopped singing, leaving only the rustling of leaves in the breeze to accompany their steps. This place feels different, Leora said softly, her voice almost swallowed by the silence. Marin nodded, his eyes scanning the darkening forest around them. It's like the land itself is holding its breath, he murmured. But something is here. Something ancient. They continued forward, following the faint whispers of the wind that seemed to guide them deeper into the heart of the forest. Every step felt heavier, as though the ground itself was pulling them towards something unseen, something waiting in the shadows. Eventually, they came to a clearing, bathed in an ethereal light that seemed to shimmer from the very earth beneath them. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone, covered in ancient markings that glowed faintly in the dim light. The air around the stone thrummed with a strange energy, and Leora felt a shiver run down her spine. "This must be it," she said, her voice filled with awe. "This is the heart of the land." Marin stepped forward, his hand reaching out to touch the stone. The moment his fingers brushed against its surface, a deep hum filled the air, resonating in his bones. The stone pulsed with energy, and for a moment, everything seemed to stop. The wind stilled, the trees ceased their rustling, and even the river's song grew silent. Then, from deep within the earth, a voice echoed, low, ancient, and filled with both sorrow and wisdom. "The song has been lost," the voice said, its tone like the rustling of leaves in an autumn breeze. "But it can be found. Only those who understand the silence can hear the song." Leora and Marin exchanged a look, the weight of the words settling in their hearts. They had come here to restore the song of the river, but now they realized that the path to the heart of the land was not just a journey through the forest, it was a journey within. "How do we understand the silence?" Marin asked, his voice barely a whisper, as though speaking too loudly would shatter the delicate balance of the moment. The voice responded, not through words, but through a feeling, a rush of memories, of voices long forgotten, of laughter and sorrow intertwined. The silence was not an absence, but a presence, holding all the stories of the land, of the people who had lived and loved and passed through this place. "The silence is not empty," the voice continued. "It is the space between the notes, the breath between the words. To hear the song, you must first learn to listen to the silence." Leora closed her eyes, letting the words wash over her. She felt the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the slow beat of the world, the quiet rhythm that connected all things. The river, the trees, the wind, the stars, all were part of the same song, and it was not one of noise and chaos, but of harmony and balance. "This is what we've been missing," Leora said softly. "We've been looking for the song, but we haven't been listening for the silence." Marin nodded, his expression thoughtful. "The silence is where the song begins, isn't it? It's not just about what we hear, but about what we feel. The land, the river, it's all waiting for us to understand." The stone before them seemed to shimmer, its markings glowing brighter now. The hum in the air grew stronger, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse with life. The silence was no longer empty, but full of meaning, full of potential. "You are ready," the voice whispered. "The song is yours to awaken. But remember, the journey is not just about finding the song. It is about understanding the silence between the notes. It is about finding harmony within yourselves and with the world around you." With those final words, the light from the stone flickered, and the hum faded, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of peace. Leora and Marin stood in the clearing, the air around them thick with the presence of something ancient and alive. They had come seeking the river's song. But now they knew that the true journey was far more profound. They turned to each other, their hearts filled with understanding. The silence had taught them what they needed to know. The song was not something to be found, it was something to be listened to, felt, and understood. Together, they took a deep breath, ready to continue their journey. The forest had shown them the way, and now, they would follow the path of silence, listening for the song that would guide them home. The clearing where the stone stood felt strangely peaceful now. The air was thick with the wisdom of ages, and the earth beneath their feet seemed to hum with a quiet rhythm. But as Leora and Marin prepared to leave the heart of the forest, They knew that the journey was far from over. The silence had spoken to them, teaching them what they needed to understand. But there was still much to be done. The river's song had not yet been fully restored, and the town still awaited the return of its melody. The heart of the land had shared its secrets, but now, it was time to act upon them. As they made their way back toward the river, a subtle change seemed to have taken place in the forest. The air felt different, charged with energy, like the first stirrings of a storm on the horizon. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches heavy with whispers, as though the land itself was listening for the next step of their journey. "This place is changing," Marin said, his voice filled with wonder. He stopped for a moment, as if listening to the wind. "It's like the forest knows we're close." Leora nodded, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her. "It's waiting for us," she said softly. "It's waiting for the song to return." The path grew steeper as they ascended a small hill, the land sloping gently upward toward the river. The last rays of the setting sun flickered through the trees, casting long shadows on the ground. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. As they reached the crest of the hill, they stopped and looked out over the river below. The water, which had once been still and silent, now rippled gently, as though something had awakened within it. But the river's song was still faint, almost imperceptible, as if it was waiting for the right moment to return in full force. "Do you hear it?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Marin closed his eyes, his hand outstretched toward the water. "It's there," he said. "Just beneath the surface. It's faint, but it's growing stronger." The two of them stood in silence for a moment, listening to the whispers of the river, to the heartbeat of the land that flowed beneath it. It was like the river was speaking to them, softly, urgently, as if it knew that they were its only hope for restoration. "We have to make it sing again," Leora said, her voice filled with determination. "The silence is gone, but it's still waiting for the right melody to bring it to life." Marin nodded. "But how do we do that? We can feel the pulse of the river, but we don't know what it needs." Leora thought for a moment, her eyes still fixed on the water. Then, a memory surfaced, something the old woman had said to them, back in the town. "The song cannot be forced. It must be coaxed, nurtured, and allowed to rise from within." "The song has to come from within the river," she murmured, understanding dawning on her. "It's not just about what we do, it's about what the river needs to remember." Marin's eyes lit up. "The song is already inside it. We just need to help it remember what it sounds like." Leora smiled, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. "Exactly. We've been searching for the song outside of ourselves, but it's never been outside. It's always been inside, waiting to be awakened." With that realization, they both knelt by the water's edge. Leora placed her hands gently on the surface of the river, closing her eyes. The water was cool beneath her fingers, but it was also warm with the energy of the earth. It pulsed with a rhythm, a quiet, steady heartbeat that matched her own. Marin joined her, his hands hovering just above the water as though he, too, could feel the pulse beneath the surface. The river's song was like a whisper, a soft murmur that seemed to be lost in the current. They sat in silence for a moment, listening to the water, feeling its rhythm. And then, as if guided by something greater than themselves, they began to hum, a soft, wordless melody. It wasn't a song they had learned or practiced, but something that flowed from them naturally. It was a song of peace, of unity with the earth, of harmony between the river and the land. The sound of their voices blended with the river's whisper, and slowly, the water began to respond. The current grew stronger, the hum of the water deepened, and the song began to rise from the depths, like a memory long forgotten. The river's voice grew louder, clearer, until it was no longer a murmur but a full, flowing melody. The water sparkled in the fading light, its song echoing through the forest, carrying the voices of the trees, the wind, and the earth itself. The river had awakened, and with it, the land, the forest, and the town. Leora and Marin stood together, their hearts filled with the joy of knowing they had restored the river's song. They had listened to the silence, understood its meaning, and finally awakened the melody that had been waiting to be heard. As the river's song echoed through the forest, the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky. The world felt full again, alive with the music of the land. The water, and the people who had once forgotten how to listen, but now, they had found their way back. The night had fully embraced the land, its velvet darkness shimmering with the light of countless stars. The river's song, now strong and vibrant, flowed through the forest, carrying with it the voices of those who had long since passed, the whispers of the trees, and the quiet hum of the earth itself. It was a song of life, a melody that had once been lost but now filled every corner of the land, breathing new life into the world. Leora and Marin stood by the river's edge, their hands still lightly resting on the water's surface, as if they could feel the pulse of the land beneath their fingers. The river was no longer the silent, stagnant force it had once been. It was alive, alive with the power of memory, the power of unity, and the power of the earth's deepest song. "We did it," Marin said softly, a smile spreading across his face. "We've restored the song." Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. It wasn't just us. The land had always known what it needed. We only had to listen. The river rippled gently in agreement, its melody a soft hum that seemed to resonate deep within their souls. The trees around them swayed gently, as if dancing to the rhythm of the water's song, and the wind seemed to join in, carrying the music far and wide, as they stood together. The weight of their journey seemed to lift. The quiet forest, once shrouded in mystery and silence, was now a place of life and harmony. The path they had walked, through the silence, the whispers, and the understanding, had brought them to this moment of peace. "We've come so far," Leora said, her voice quiet with awe. "But there's still so much to be done. The town, its people, are waiting for us." Marin looked at her, his eyes filled with determination. "We've given the river its song. Now, we can help the people remember theirs." They turned away from the river, their hearts light with the knowledge that their journey had not been in vain. The road ahead was still long, but the river's song had shown them the way. They were no longer bound by the silence of the past. They were part of the melody now, part of the song that would carry the world forward. The walk back to the town was peaceful. The night air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. The stars above seemed to shine brighter now, as if the river's song had awakened them as well. As they approached the town, they could hear the first stirrings of the people, soft voices, murmurs of excitement, of anticipation. The sound of their return spread quickly, and soon, the streets were alive with people coming to greet them. When Leora and Marin reached the town square, the people gathered around them, their faces filled with wonder and hope. The mayor stepped forward, her eyes filled with gratitude. "You've done it," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "The river's song. It's back. How can we ever thank you?" Leora smiled, looking around at the faces of the people. "The river's song has always been here," she said softly. "It never truly left. We just needed to listen, to remember." Marin nodded. "The song was always part of this land. It was only waiting for us to reconnect with it." The mayor bowed her head, her eyes wet with tears. "You've given us more than we could have ever hoped for. You've restored the heart of this land." Leora and Marin exchanged a look. And for a moment, the whole world seemed to hold its breath. The song of the river had been restored, yes, but there was more to be done. The people of the town needed to rediscover their own song, their own place in the melody of the world. The river's voice was strong now, but it was only one part of the symphony that made up the world. The people would have to learn how to sing again, how to live in harmony with the river, with the land, and with each other. "We're not done yet," Leora said, her voice firm with purpose. "The river's song is just the beginning. Now we help the people find their own." Marin smiled. "And together, we'll make this world sing again." And so, the journey continued. The people of the town, guided by Leora and Marin, began to reconnect with the river's song. They worked together to heal the land, to rebuild what had been lost, and to bring peace and harmony to their world. The river, once again full of life, flowed steadily, carrying with it the music of the earth, the trees, the sky, and the people. And in the distance, a new song began to rise, a song of unity, of healing, of rebirth. The land was singing once more. The Lantern Keeper's Night, in a small, forgotten village nestled in the curve of a moonlit bay, there stood an ancient lighthouse. It was unlike any other, for it did not shine a steady beam of light to guide sailors. Instead, its keeper hung lanterns of every shape and color along its spiraling iron staircase. Each lantern held a soft, flickering glow that seemed to whisper secrets to those who passed beneath their light. The lantern keeper, an enigmatic figure named Marin, tended to the lighthouse with quiet devotion. His figure was as ageless as the wind, his presence steady as the tides. He wore a deep green cloak that swayed like seaweed in the breeze, and his silver hair glimmered in the soft light of his lanterns. No one in the village knew where Marin had come from or how long he had been there, but they all knew one thing: on the longest night of the year, the lanterns he tended would light up not just the bay but the dreams of anyone who gazed upon them. That night had arrived. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers gathered along the rocky shore, their faces turned toward the lighthouse. Children clutched their parents' hands, and elders murmured stories of what the lanterns might reveal this year. For the lantern keeper's work was no ordinary display. It was said that the light of his lanterns could guide lost souls, heal broken hearts, and bring forth long-forgotten dreams. Inside the lighthouse, Marin worked in silence, his movements deliberate. Each lantern he touched responded to his presence, its glow warming under his care. The staircase spiraled upward, and with each step, he paused to adjust the angle of the light, as if aligning stars in a constellation only he could see. The largest lantern hung at the very top of the lighthouse, a massive sphere of glass etched with swirling patterns that seemed to move when the light touched them. This lantern, known as the heart of the beacon, had remained dark for as long as anyone could remember. Some said it would only shine when a soul brave enough to face its truth came to the lighthouse. Others whispered that its light was waiting for a wish so pure, so true, that it could awaken the stars themselves. As Marin reached the heart of the beacon, he paused, his hand hovering over the lantern's surface. A faint hum emanated from it, like the echo of a distant melody. "Not yet," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the sound of the waves crashing far below. He turned away, descending the stairs to light the rest of the lanterns. A visitor in the night. As the final lantern flickered to life, a soft knock echoed through the lighthouse door. Marin paused, his hand still on the brass latch of a crimson lantern. Few ever ventured to the lighthouse, especially on the longest night. Curious, he descended to the base of the tower and opened the door. A young woman stood on the threshold, her figure wrapped in a weathered blue cloak. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and shimmering with a mix of wonder and unease. She held a small lantern in her hands, its flame barely more than a spark. "I'm sorry to disturb you," she began, her voice trembling slightly. "But I was told the lantern keeper could help those who've lost their way." Marin's gaze fell to the lantern she carried, its dim glow flickering as though fighting against the wind. He stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. "Come in, traveler. Tell me what brings you here on this night." The woman stepped into the lighthouse, the warmth of the lanterns immediately enveloping her like a protective cocoon. She looked around, her eyes drinking in the vibrant hues and gentle lights that filled the space. "My name is Elira," she said, her voice soft. "I come from the village across the bay. They say you have a light for every soul, and she hesitated, clutching her lantern tighter. "I fear mine is fading." Marin studied her for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded. "Every light has its rhythm," he said. "Even when it falters, it never truly dies. Come, Elira. Let us see what your lantern has to say." He led her up the spiraling staircase, the glow of the lanterns casting shifting patterns on the walls. Elira followed, her steps hesitant but filled with a quiet determination. As they ascended, Marin spoke. "Do you know why the longest night is so important?" he asked, his voice carrying a gentle cadence. Elira shook her head. "Only that it's when your lanterns shine brightest." Marin smiled faintly. "The longest night is a time when the world is quiet enough to hear the whispers of the soul. It's when the light we carry inside us becomes most visible, if we're brave enough to look." They reached the heart of the beacon, its massive form looming above them like a sleeping giant. Elira stared at it, her breath catching in her throat. "Is this where the truth is revealed?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Marin turned to her, his silver hair catching the light. "Only if you're ready to face it." And with that, he placed his hand on the heart of the beacon, the hum growing louder as the swirling patterns began to shift. Elira took a deep breath, her fingers tightening around her lantern. The longest night had begun, and with it, the lanterns would reveal more than just light. They would unveil the secrets of the heart, the path forward, and the truths hidden within the shadows. To be continued. What do you think, Brooder? Should we explore what the lantern reveals for Alira in the next part? Alira stood motionless before the great lantern, the heart of the beacon. Its etched pattern seemed alive, shifting like clouds across the sky. A faint hum vibrated through the air, harmonizing with the gentle flicker of the other lanterns spiraling below. Marin watched her in silence, his steady presence as calming as the lantern's glow. What do I have to do? Alira asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Marin gestured toward the lantern she carried, its flickering flame struggling against an unseen wind. Your lantern carries your light, your story. To find what you seek, you must place it here. Alira hesitated, clutching her lantern closer. What if? What if there's nothing left? What if the light goes out? The light never truly disappears, Marin said softly. Even the faintest spark can ignite a flame. But you must trust it. Her fingers trembled as she lifted the lantern, its fragile glow casting long, wavering shadows across her face. Taking a deep breath, she placed it in the center of the heart of the beacon. The great lantern seemed to breathe, its hum growing deeper, resonating like the pulse of the earth itself. Suddenly, the patterns etched on the lantern's surface flared with light, a cascade of colors spilling into the room. Alira gasped as beams of soft gold, azure blue, and deep emerald wove through the air, forming shapes and images that danced like a dream brought to life. The story unfolds. Before Alira's eyes, the colors began to settle, painting a vivid scene. She saw herself as a child, running through fields of wildflowers with laughter that seemed to echo in the room. Her parents appeared, their faces warm with love as they called to her from the porch of a modest cottage by the sea. It's my home, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. The image shifted, growing darker. The cottage was now empty, its windows shuttered, its garden overgrown. Alira stood alone by the shore, her arms wrapped around herself as storm clouds gathered above. I remember this, she murmured, her voice heavy with emotion. It's when they left. Marin's gaze softened, though he said nothing. The lantern continued its story, the images shifting again. Alira saw herself wandering, her steps uncertain as she traveled through unfamiliar lands. She met kind faces along the way, travelers who shared food and stories, villagers who offered shelter. But through it all, the light in her eyes seemed to dim, her laughter growing quieter with each passing year. The final image was of Alira standing at the base of the lighthouse, her tiny lantern clutched close to her chest. The flame flickered weakly, but it endured, casting a fragile glow against the encroaching darkness. The light from the heart of the beacon dimmed, the swirling patterns calming once more. Alira stared at the lantern before her, her heart heavy with the weight of what she had seen. I've been running, she said, her voice trembling. Ever since I lost them, I've been running, searching for something, but I don't even know what. I thought I could keep going, but... She looked at Marin, her eyes glistening. I feel like I'm losing myself. Marin stepped closer, his silver hair catching the lantern's glow. The light inside us may falter, but it never truly disappears. Even in the darkest times, it waits, for courage, for hope, for a moment of stillness to shine again. Elira looked down at her lantern, its flame now burning brighter than before. But how do I find it? How do I keep it alive? Marin reached out, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. By listening, he said. To the whispers of your heart, to the stories your light longs to tell. This is the longest night, Elira, a time to pause, to remember, and to begin again. A gift of light, Marin turned to a shelf beside the heart of the beacon, where a row of small, intricate lanterns rested. Each one was unique, adorned with patterns and colors that seemed to shimmer with their own inner glow. He selected one, a delicate lantern of pale blue glass, its surface etched with swirling waves. "This is for you," he said, handing it to Elira. She took the lantern, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns. "What is it?" "A guide," Marin replied. "This lantern will hold the light of your journey. It will grow brighter as you find your way, and dimmer when you lose sight of it. Trust it, and it will always lead you home." Elira stared at the lantern, her heart swelling with a mix of hope and uncertainty. "Thank you," she said, her voice soft but earnest. Marin nodded, his eyes twinkling with the quiet wisdom of someone who had guided many before her. "The path forward is yours to walk. But remember, even when the night feels endless, the light within you will always endure." Elira turned to leave, her new lantern casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around her like a comforting embrace. As she stepped out into the night, the stars above seemed brighter, their light mirrored in the calm waters of the bay. And for the first time in years, Elira felt the faint stirrings of something she thought she had lost, a spark of hope. To be continued. What do you think, Brooder? Should we follow Elira's journey as she begins to rebuild her light? Elira walked through the stillness of the night, her newly gifted lantern glowing softly in her hands. The air was cool, scented with salt and the faint sweetness of blooming night jasmine. Above her, the stars twinkled like countless tiny lanterns strung across the vast sky. She felt their quiet presence, as if they were watching over her. The path from the lighthouse wound down toward the shoreline, where gentle waves lapped at the sand. Elira followed it, her thoughts as restless as the ocean. The images she had seen in the great lantern still lingered in her mind, the joyous memories of her childhood, the aching loneliness that followed, and the flickering light of her own lantern. Holding on despite it all, she paused at the water's edge, staring into the horizon. The moon hung low, its silver glow reflected on the rippling surface. Her pale blue lantern cast a faint light onto the sand, the patterns of swirling waves etched into its glass shimmering faintly. "What now?" she murmured, her voice barely audible over the sound of the waves. As if in response, the lantern in her hands flickered, its glow shifting slightly. A thread of light extended from it, stretching across the sand toward the distant cliffs that framed the bay. Elira blinked in surprise. "You're showing me the way." The lantern pulsed softly, as if answering her question. She hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward, following the faint trail of light. It led her away from the shore, up a narrow path that twisted between jagged rocks and tufts of wild grass. The climb was steep, and the wind grew stronger as she ascended, but the light of the lantern never wavered. The whispering winds, at the top of the cliffs, Elira found herself standing in a wide, open meadow. The grass swayed gently in the breeze, its silvery tips catching the moonlight. The lantern's light stretched ahead, guiding her toward the far side of the meadow, where a cluster of ancient trees stood like sentinels against the night sky. As she walked, a faint sound reached her ears, a soft, melodic hum that seemed to come from the wind itself. It rose and fell, weaving through the air like a song without words. Elira stopped, turning her face toward the breeze. "Do you hear it?" she whispered, though there was no one around to answer. The lantern's glow brightened slightly, as if acknowledging her question. Elira continued walking, her steps slower now, her ears straining to catch the melody. The closer she came to the trees, the clearer the sound became. It wasn't just the wind, it was voices. Dozens of them, blending together in a gentle harmony. When she reached the edge of the grove, she stopped, her breath catching in her throat. The trees were unlike any she had ever seen. Their trunks were twisted and gnarled, their bark shimmering faintly as if dusted with starlight. Lanterns hung from their branches, each one glowing with a unique light, some warm and golden, others cool and silvery, and still others casting hues of soft green, lavender, and rose. Elira stepped closer, her eyes wide with wonder. The voices she had heard seemed to come from the lanterns themselves, their light pulsing in time with the melody. "What is this place?" she murmured. A soft chuckle came from the shadows. "The Grove of Remembering," a voice said. Elira spun around, her heart racing. From between the trees stepped a figure wrapped in a flowing cloak, their face partially hidden by the hood. The faint glow of the lanterns reflected in their eyes, which seemed to hold 1,000 stories. "Who are you?" Elira asked, clutching her lantern tightly. "I am a keeper," the figure replied, their voice calm and resonant. "Much like Marin, though my task is different. While he tends the heart of the beacon, I tend this grove, a place where the light of stories comes to rest." Elira looked around at the glowing lanterns, their light casting shifting patterns on the ground. "Stories?" The keeper nodded. "Every lantern here holds a story, a memory, a moment, a fragment of a life. Some are bright, some are dim, and some have been here for so long they've become part of the grove itself." Elira stepped closer to one of the lanterns, its soft lavender light drawing her in. "Whose story is this?" The keeper smiled faintly. "Why don't you see for yourself?" They gestured toward the lantern, and as Elira reached out to touch it, the light inside flared, enveloping her in its glow, a fragment of the past. In an instant, Elira found herself standing in a sunlit garden. A young girl with a crown of daisies in her hair laughed as she chased a butterfly, her bare feet kicking up petals as she ran. Nearby, an elderly woman sat on a stone bench, her face wrinkled but kind. She watched the girl with a smile, her hands resting on a lantern much like the one Elira carried. This was her story, the keeper's voice said, though they were nowhere to be seen. A memory she cherished, a moment of joy that she wanted to preserve. The scene faded, and Elira found herself back in the grove, the lavender lantern glowing softly once more. "Every story here is a piece of someone's journey," the keeper said, stepping beside her. "They come here to rest, to be remembered, and to light the way for those who follow." Elira looked down at her own lantern, its pale blue light flickering gently. "Is that why I'm here? To leave my story behind?" The keeper's gaze softened. Perhaps. Or perhaps you're here to find the next chapter of it. Elira's heart ached with questions, but she nodded, feeling the weight of their words settle over her. To be continued. What do you think, Brooder? Should we uncover the secrets of the Grove of Remembering? Elira lingered in the Grove of Remembering, her thoughts swirling like the light within her lantern. The keeper stood silently beside her, their presence as steady and unyielding as the ancient trees. The gentle hum of the lanterns filled the air, their light dancing across the ground in an endless, rippling symphony. What happens to the stories here? Elira asked at last. Breaking the silence, the keeper tilted their head, considering her question. They wait, they said. Some stories are carried forward, shaping the paths of others. Some remain here, a sanctuary for those who have left the world but wish to be remembered. And others. They trailed off, their voice softening. Others fade into the wind, becoming whispers that guide travelers like you. Elira's fingers tightened around the handle of her lantern. And mine? Will my story fade? The keeper's gaze turned toward her, their eyes filled with a gentle yet piercing light. That depends, Elira. The path of your story is yours to choose. Do you wish to leave it behind, or will you carry it forward, weaving it into the stories of others? Elira didn't answer immediately. She looked at the lanterns hanging from the branches, each one a fragment of a life, a moment frozen in time. She wondered who these people had been, what choices had brought them here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, she admitted finally, her voice trembling. Marin said I have a purpose, but I don't understand what it is. The keeper smiled faintly. Purpose isn't always something you find, child. Sometimes, it's something you create. Before Elira could respond, the lantern in her hands flickered, its light shifting once more. A thin beam of pale blue light extended from it, stretching beyond the grove and into the shadowy distance. The keeper's expression grew serious. It seems your lantern has chosen your next step. Elira hesitated, staring at the glowing thread of light. Where does it lead? The keeper shook their head. I cannot tell you that. Each thread is unique, drawn by the story within your lantern. Only you can follow it. Elira swallowed hard, her heart pounding. The grove had felt safe, comforting in its quiet beauty. But beyond its boundaries lay the unknown, and the thought of stepping into it filled her with both fear and longing. The keeper placed a hand on her shoulder, their touch light yet steadying. The lanterns of this grove will watch over you, Elira. Wherever your path leads, know that you are not alone. Bolstered by their words, Elira nodded. She took a deep breath and stepped forward, following the thread of light as it stretched beyond the grove and into the darkness, the veil of shadows. The path grew narrower as Elira walked, the trees thinning until they gave way to a barren expanse of rock and mist. The ground beneath her feet was uneven, and the air grew colder with each step. The thread of light pulsed faintly, guiding her forward like a beacon. As she moved deeper into the mist, shadows began to take shape around her. They flickered at the edges of her vision, shifting and swirling like smoke. A faint whispering sound filled the air, too faint to discern but persistent enough to send a shiver down her spine. Elira clutched her lantern tightly, its pale blue glow cutting through the darkness. "Who's there?" she called, her voice echoing into the void. The whispering grew louder, and the shadows coalesced into vague, shifting forms. They seemed neither human nor entirely inhuman, their movements fluid and unnatural. "Elira," the voice came from everywhere and nowhere, low and resonant. It sent a chill down her spine, but it wasn't entirely unkind. She stood her ground, her heart racing. "What do you want?" The shadows paused, their swirling forms stilling for a moment. Then one stepped forward, its shape becoming more defined. It took the form of a tall figure cloaked in shadow. Its face obscured. "We seek the light," the figure said, its voice echoing like a distant storm. "The light that you carry." Elira's grip on her lantern tightened. "This light belongs to me. You can't have it." The shadow tilted its head, as if studying her. "It is not the light we wish to take, but the story it holds. Stories are threads in the great tapestry, and some threads are meant to be shared." Elira hesitated, her fear mingling with curiosity. "What do you mean?" The shadow extended an arm, its hand reaching toward her lantern. "Will you let us see?" Elira took a step back, unsure of what to do. The keeper's words echoed in her mind, "Each thread is unique, drawn by the story within your lantern." She looked down at the glowing lantern in her hands. Its light flickered gently, as if waiting for her decision. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "You can see, but only if you promise not to take it from me." The shadow figure bowed its head. "We promise." Elira held the lantern out, and its light flared, casting a soft glow over the shadows. The forms around her stilled, their movements quieting as the light illuminated them. The shadow that had spoken reached out, its hand brushing the light. For a moment, Elira thought she saw something in its darkness, a pair of eyes, deep and full of sorrow. "Thank you," the shadow whispered, its voice softer now. "Your story is bright, Elira. Bright enough to guide even those who have lost their way." The shadows began to fade, dissolving into the mist. The one that had spoken lingered for a moment longer, its gaze fixed on Elira. "Remember," it said. "Even the smallest light can pierce the deepest darkness." Then it, too, was gone, and the thread of light from Elira's lantern pulsed once more, urging her forward, to be continued. "How are we feeling about Elira's journey, Brooder? Should we dive deeper into this mysterious path?" Elira stood in the stillness after the shadows disappeared, her lantern glowing softly in her hands. Their words lingered in her mind, like faint echoes carried on the wind. Even the smallest light can pierce the deepest darkness. The pale blue thread of light stretched ahead of her, weaving through the mist like a path made of moonlight. Gathering her courage, she tightened her grip on the lantern and stepped forward once more. The landscape shifted as she moved deeper into the unknown. The ground beneath her feet became smoother, almost like polished stone, and the mist began to thin, revealing glimpses of a vast expanse around her. She saw jagged cliffs rising in the distance and a silver river snaking through the valley below, its surface shimmering like liquid starlight. Her steps slowed as she came to a narrow bridge made of glassy stone, its edges faintly glowing. The thread of light led straight across it. But Elira hesitated. The bridge seemed impossibly thin, and she couldn't see where it ended. As she stared, the air around her grew warmer, and a gentle breeze brushed against her face. It carried with it a soft melody, a sound so delicate it felt like it could vanish at any moment. "Welcome, traveler." The voice was melodic, neither loud nor soft, but resonant in a way that made Alira's heart skip a beat. She turned to see a figure standing at the base of the bridge. They were unlike anyone she had ever seen. Their forms shimmered like the surface of a lake at dawn, constantly shifting between solid and ethereal. Their eyes were pools of silvery light, and their hair flowed like strands of mist caught in a gentle wind. "Who are you?" Alira asked, her voice trembling slightly. The figure inclined their head. "I am called Lyrian, guardian of the veiled bridge." Their gaze flicked to the lantern in her hands. "You carry a story, don't you? One that seeks its place among the threads of the world." Alira nodded slowly. "I'm following the light, but I don't really understand where it's taking me." Lyrian smiled, their expression warm and knowing. "Few do, at first. The path of the light is not always clear, but it is always true. To cross this bridge, you must trust it, fully." Alira looked at the narrow bridge again, her unease growing. "What happens if I don't?" Lyrian's gaze softened. "If you turn back, the light will dim, and the thread will fade. The story you carry will remain untold, its purpose unfulfilled." Alira swallowed hard, torn between her fear and the faint hope that had carried her this far. She thought of the keeper's words, the shadows she had encountered, and the strange beauty of this journey. Finally, she took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge, a test of trust. The surface of the bridge was cool and smooth beneath her feet, and it seemed to hum faintly with each step she took. The mist thickened around her, obscuring the world beyond the bridge. It felt as though she were walking through the very fabric of a dream. As she moved further, the hum grew louder, resolving into a series of melodic tones. It was as if the bridge itself were singing, each note resonating deep within her chest. Then, without warning, the mist around her began to shift. Shapes emerged from it, shadows, like the ones she had encountered before, but different. These were smaller, more fragmented, their movements erratic and restless. "Alira," the voice came again, soft and mournful. The shadows swirled closer, and she instinctively raised her lantern. Its light flared, casting the figures in a pale blue glow. "Alira," the voice repeated, this time more distinct. One of the shadows stepped forward, and Alira's breath caught in her throat. It was a boy, no older than 10. His features pale and blurry, as if he were fading in and out of existence. His eyes were wide and searching, filled with a sadness that made Alira's chest ache. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The boy didn't answer. Instead, he pointed to the lantern in her hands. "You carry their light. Do you remember?" Alira blinked, confused. "Remember what?" The boy's gaze seemed to pierce through her, and suddenly, memories she didn't recognize flooded her mind. She saw flashes of faces she didn't know, places she had never been. A village bathed in golden sunlight, a winding path through a dense forest, a group of children laughing by a riverbank. She staggered, nearly dropping the lantern. I don't understand. These aren't my memories." The boy stepped closer, his form flickering. The lantern holds many stories. Some are yours. Some belong to those who came before you. To understand your path, you must understand theirs. Elira stared at the boy, her mind racing. But how? How can I carry something I don't even understand? The boy smiled faintly, his expression both sad and hopeful. By listening. By remembering. As he spoke, the other shadows began to gather around her, their shapes becoming clearer. They were people, men, women, and children, each one carrying an echo of the story Elira now held. Her lantern pulsed, its light growing stronger. The thread of blue light ahead of her flared, piercing through the mist. Elira, the boy said one last time, his voice soft but certain. Keep walking. We are with you. Before she could respond, the shadows dissolved into the mist, leaving her alone once more. Elira stood there for a long moment, her heart heavy with the weight of the stories she carried. Then she tightened her grip on the lantern and continued forward, her step steady and resolute. The path ahead was still shrouded in mist, but the light from her lantern burned brighter than ever, illuminating the way forward. To be continued. What do you think, brooder? Shall we keep the mystery flowing? The bridge stretched on, its surface glistening with the soft, shifting light that seemed to pulse in time with Elira's lantern. Though her heart was still heavy with the echoes of the shadows, she felt a quiet strength growing inside her. She wasn't alone. The stories carried in the lantern, the threads of light woven into the fabric of her path, they were all with her, guiding her steps. As Elira walked, the mist ahead began to part, revealing the edge of the bridge. Beyond it lay a vast expanse, shimmering like the surface of a starry ocean. The ground was made of countless tiny crystals, each catching the faint light and scattering it in all directions. It was breathtaking, but what truly caught her attention was the towering figure that stood in the center of the clearing. The figure was cloaked in robes of deep indigo, their edges glimmering as if threaded with constellations. They held a staff, its top crowned with a fragment of glowing crystal, and their face was hidden beneath a hood. Yet despite their imposing appearance, their presence felt calm, almost protective. Elira stepped off the bridge, her lantern glowing softly in her hand. The figure turned to face her, their movements fluid and deliberate, like water flowing around a stone. You have come far, the figure said, their voice deep and resonant, carrying the weight of countless years. And yet, your journey is only beginning. Elira swallowed, her grip on the lantern tightening. Who are you? The figure inclined their head slightly. I am Etherean, keeper of the crystalline plane. It is my task to guide those who seek the heart of the light. Elira hesitated, unsure of how to respond. The weight of her lantern felt heavier now, as if the stories within it were watching, listening. What is the heart of the light? She asked. Etherean's gaze seemed to pierce through her, though she could not see their eyes. The heart of the light is where all stories converge. It is the source of the threads you follow, the wellspring of the lantern you carry. But to reach it, you must face the echoes of the past and the shadows of your own heart. Elira frowned. I've already faced shadows. They tried to pull me into the dark, but I resisted. The keeper's voice softened. The shadows you encountered were but fragments. The true challenge lies ahead, where the echoes of the past merge with your own fears and doubts. To carry the light is to carry not only hope but also the weight of what has been lost. Elira looked down at the lantern, its pale blue light flickering softly. "I don't understand," she admitted. "How can I carry something I don't fully know? How can I face what I don't remember?" Ethereum raised their staff, and the crystal at its tip glowed brighter, casting beams of light across the plain. The light formed shapes, scenes from lives Elira didn't recognize but felt deeply connected to. A child clutching a broken toy, a traveler lost in a storm, a group of villagers standing beneath a starry sky, their faces filled with wonder and fear. "These are the stories of those who came before you," Ethereum said. "Their fears, their hopes, their choices, they are all part of the lantern you now bear. But there is one story that remains unwritten. One thread that waits to be woven." Elira looked up, her heart pounding. "Whose story?" "Yours," Ethereum replied. "The lantern does not merely hold the past, it illuminates the future. Your choices, your courage, your path, they will shape the light for those who come after you." Elira took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. "What do I need to do?" The keeper lowered their staff, and the light from the crystal dimmed. "Ahead lies the pool of reflection. Within it, you will see the truths you must face. Step into its waters, and they will reveal what you carry in your heart." Elira's gaze followed the keeper's gesture to a still, glowing pool at the far end of the plain. The water shimmered with the same blue light as her lantern, its surface perfectly smooth. "Be warned," Ethereum added. "The truths you face may not be easy. But remember this, the light within you is stronger than any shadow. Trust it, and you will find your way." With those words, the keepers stepped aside, their form dissolving into the shimmering air as if they were part of the landscape itself. Elira stood alone once more, the path to the pool of reflection stretching before her. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, but she also felt the faint stirrings of hope. The light had brought her this far, it would not abandon her now. Taking a steadying breath, she stepped forward, the glow of her lantern guiding her toward the pool and the truths it promised to reveal. The pool of reflection lay ahead, its surface shimmering like liquid starlight. Elira's steps grew slower as she neared, her heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The lantern's glow grew softer, as if it, too, were holding its breath, waiting for what would come next. When she reached the edge, she knelt down and gazed into the pool. At first, all she saw was her own reflection, her face illuminated by the lantern's pale blue light. But then, the surface began to ripple, and her reflection faded, replaced by swirling images that seemed to rise from the depths. The first image was of a young girl standing in a sunlit meadow, her hair tangled and her hands clutching a bouquet of wildflowers. She was laughing, her eyes full of joy. Elira's breath caught in her throat. The girl was her, but from a time so long ago that it felt like another life. The scene shifted, and Elira saw the same girl, older now, standing in the doorway of a small cottage. The laughter was gone, replaced by an expression of quiet determination. In her hands, she held a small lantern, its flame flickering uncertainly. Behind her, shadows loomed, their edges sharp and menacing. As the images continued to shift, Elira began to understand. The pool wasn't just showing her memories, it was showing her the moments that had shaped her, the choices she had made, the fears she had faced. It was reminding her of who she was and why she had come this far, but then, the images grew darker. The shadows that had once loomed at the edges of her life now surged forward, swallowing the light and filling the pool with their inky blackness. Alira felt a chill run through her as the darkness seemed to reach out toward her, pulling her into its depths. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling. She gripped the lantern tighter, its glow flickering in response. "You won't take me." The shadows paused, their movements hesitant, as if they were uncertain how to respond to her defiance. Encouraged, Alira held the lantern higher, letting its light spill out across the pool. "This light isn't just mine," she said, her voice growing stronger. "It's made of every story, every hope, every spark of courage that's ever been shared. It's stronger than you." The shadows hissed, retreating slightly, but they did not disappear. Instead, they began to shift, taking on new forms. Alira saw faces in the darkness, faces she recognized. A kind old woman who had once offered her shelter on a stormy night. A young boy who had laughed as they shared stories by the fire. Her own reflection, weary and worn but still standing, the realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. The shadows weren't just her fears, they were the echoes of every person whose story was part of the lantern's light. They weren't her enemies. They were part of her journey. "I see you now," Alira said softly, her voice steady. "You're not here to stop me. You're here to remind me of what I carry, of who I am." The shadows stilled, their edges softening as if her words had reached some hidden part of them. Slowly, they began to fade, and the light of the lantern grew brighter, filling the pool with its warm, gentle glow. Alira let out a shaky breath, the weight on her chest easing. The water of the pool was clear once more, its surface reflecting not just her face but the light of the lantern she held. And in that moment, she understood what the keeper had meant. The light wasn't just a guide, it was a mirror, a reminder of the strength and courage that had brought her this far. Rising to her feet, Alira turned away from the pool, her heart lighter than it had been in years. The path ahead was still uncertain, but she no longer feared it. The light within her was enough. As she stepped away from the pool, the mist began to part, revealing a new path that glowed faintly with the same light as her lantern. It was time to move forward, to continue her journey toward the heart of the light. Alira stepped onto the glowing path, her lantern casting ripples of soft light around her. The air felt different now, lighter, as if the weight of her fears had eased with the revelations at the pool of reflection. Yet she couldn't shake the sense that her journey was far from over. The path ahead shimmered faintly, winding into a grove of trees with silver leaves that whispered in an unseen breeze. As she entered the grove, the air grew still, heavy with an unfamiliar quiet. Each step seemed to echo, not outward, but inward, resonating in her chest like a low, steady hum. Her lantern flickered in response, its glow pulsing in time with the unseen rhythm. It felt almost as if the forest itself was alive, watching her, waiting for something. "Welcome, lantern-bearer," a soft voice said, breaking the silence. Alira froze, her hand tightening on the lantern's handle. The voice was neither threatening nor warm, it was simply there, calm and steady, like the rustling of leaves. She turned toward the sound and saw a figure stepping out from between the trees. The figure was unlike anything Alira had ever seen. They seemed to be woven from the grove itself, their skin shimmering with the silver of the leaves, their hair flowing like the breeze that danced through the branches. Their eyes, however, held a depth that made Alira feel as though they could see every thread of her being. "Who are you?" Alira asked. Her voice barely above a whisper, the figure inclined their head slightly. "I am Lauren, the Whisper of the Grove. I tend to this place and guide those who pass through on their way to the heart of the light." Alira relaxed slightly. "Then you know why I'm here." Lauren's gaze softened. "I do. You seek the heart of the light, but the path you walk is not one of simple steps. Each turn, each moment, reveals a piece of what you must carry. The grove has shown you much already." Alira frowned. "What do you mean? What has it shown me?" Lauren gestured to the trees around them. "Look closely. These trees are not mere wood and leaves. They are memories, grown from the threads of stories woven into your lantern. Each one holds a truth, a lesson, or a shadow. They are here to remind you of the strength you already possess." Alira glanced at the trees, her breath catching as she noticed the faint glow emanating from their trunks. Shapes began to form in the bark, images of people, places, and moments from her life and the lives of others. A young boy chasing fireflies. An elderly woman sewing a torn cloak. A traveler staring at the night sky, their face illuminated by starlight. "These are..." Alira trailed off, her voice trembling. "These are the stories in the lantern." "Yes," Lauren said, their voice as gentle as the breeze. "The lantern is not just a vessel for light, it is a keeper of connections. Each story within it strengthens the thread that binds you to the light. But these stories are not static, they grow, just as you do." Alira took a step closer to one of the trees, her fingers brushing the glowing bark. The image shifted, revealing a moment from her own past, her younger self, standing alone beneath a stormy sky, clutching a dim lantern as rain poured around her. She drew back, her chest tightening. "I remember this. I thought the light had gone out. I thought I'd lost my way. But you didn't," Lauren said gently. "The light never truly leaves, Alira. It may dim, it may flicker, but it is always there, waiting for you to find it again." Alira closed her eyes. The memory washing over her like the rain in the image. She had felt so lost that day, so certain that the darkness would consume her. And yet, the lantern had guided her, even when she thought it had failed. When she opened her eyes, Lauren was watching her with a faint smile. "The grove has more to show you, if you are willing." Alira hesitated, her hand tightening on the lantern. "Will it show me everything? Even the things I don't want to see?" Lauren nodded. "It will show you what you need to see. But remember, Alira, light and shadow are not enemies. They are parts of the same whole. To carry the light, you must understand both." Alira took a deep breath, her resolve steadying. "Then show me." Lauren stepped aside, gesturing for her to follow the path deeper into the grove. "The trees will guide you. Trust in the light, and it will reveal what you need to know. As Elira walked on, the images in the trees grew more vivid, more personal. Each step brought a new memory, a new thread in the tapestry of her journey. Some were moments of joy and triumph, others were filled with sorrow and doubt. But through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, a steady beacon in the shifting shadows. Elira walked deeper into the grove, her lantern lighting the way as the trees seemed to shift around her. The air grew cooler, and the once gentle whisper of the leaves turned into something more urgent. As if the grove itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to uncover the next piece of her journey. The trees had become denser now, their silver leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. The images carved into their bark had taken on a new, almost dreamlike quality. There were faces she didn't recognize, places she had never been, but each image tugged at something inside her, something old and deep. As she passed one tree, the images began to merge, flickering and distorting until they formed a single, clear vision. It was a vast sky, swirling with clouds, and in the distance, she saw the faint outline of a mountain, a place she had seen only in the stories of the lantern. The mountain was the heart of the light, the source of all things that shone. In that moment, Elira knew the time had come to move toward that distant peak. The lantern's glow intensified, filling the grove with its soft, comforting light. But something inside her stirred, an unease that she could not ignore. A sudden voice cut through the stillness, a soft murmur that seemed to come from the very trees themselves. "Are you ready, Elira?" She stopped, her heart racing. It was not the voice of Lauren, nor any voice she had heard before. It was a whisper of a presence, ancient and wise. "Ready?" Elira repeated, her voice barely a whisper. "For what?" The voice responded, this time clearer, as if it was speaking directly to her thoughts. "To face the heart of the light, you must first face the shadows you carry. You must understand the balance between what is within you and what is without." Elira swallowed hard, her fingers tightening around the lantern. "I thought I had already done that. I saw the shadows in the pool of reflection. I confronted them." The voice hummed softly, a gentle reminder. "You saw the shadows, yes, but there are deeper shadows that you have not yet faced. The ones you hide from, the ones that have shaped you in ways you do not fully understand." Elira's throat tightened. She had already seen so much. Was there more? Could she bear to see it? But the lantern's light pulsed with a soft warmth, as if reassuring her. She nodded slowly, knowing that there was no turning back now. "I am ready," she said, more firmly than she felt. The trees seemed to open before her, parting like the wings of a great bird, revealing a narrow path that led toward the heart of the grove. The path was bathed in the softest light, but it was not the same gentle glow as before. This light was sharp, almost piercing, and it beckoned her forward. As she walked, the trees began to change. Their bark darkened, and their leaves shifted from silver to an inky black. The air grew thick with the scent of earth and dampness, and Elira felt the weight of something ancient pressing down upon her. The shadows that had once seemed so distant now felt like they were closing in around her. The path twisted and turned, leading her through the heart of the forest. She could hear whispers in the wind, but the words were just out of reach, teasing her like half-forgotten dreams. Her pulse quickened, her steps growing more hurried as the shadows seemed to lengthen. stretching toward her like dark fingers. Then, she saw it. At the end of the path, there was a clearing, and in the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches reaching out like skeletal arms. Beneath it, a pool of still water shimmered in the faint light. This was the heart of the light. But it was different from the pool of reflection. This water was dark, its surface almost black, reflecting nothing but the emptiness around it. Alira approached the pool, the lantern's light flickering nervously in her hand. The air felt heavy, as if the very ground beneath her was watching, waiting. The voice returned, echoing through the clearing. Look into the water, Alira. Look into what you fear most. Her heart pounded in her chest. She had come so far. She had faced so many shadows. But now, she was being asked to face something more. She swallowed, took a deep breath, and stepped closer to the edge of the pool. As her gaze fell upon the water, the surface began to stir. The reflection that appeared wasn't of the forest, nor the stars above. It was of her, only it wasn't the Alira she knew. This figure was darker, shrouded in shadow, her eyes hollow and distant. The reflection smiled, no, it grinned, and Alira felt a shiver run down her spine. You think you faced the darkness, the reflection whispered, its voice hollow. But you've only scratched the surface. There is so much more within you, Alira. So much you hide from. The pain, the fear, the doubt. The darkness you have never allowed yourself to see. Alira's breath caught in her throat, but she refused to look away. You're not me, she whispered, her voice shaking but defiant. You're just a shadow. A trick. The reflection laughed, a cruel sound that echoed in the clearing. A trick? I am the part of you that you refuse to see. The part that holds your deepest fears, your regrets, your failures. I am the part of you that you must face, if you ever hope to move forward. The word stung, but Alira held her ground. She had already confronted so many shadows. This one would be no different. With trembling hands, she raised the lantern high, its light flooding the clearing. The darkness in the pool hissed and recoiled, but the shadowy reflection remained, watching her with cold, empty eyes. I see you, Alira said, her voice stronger now, and I am not afraid. The reflection stared at her for a long moment before it began to dissolve. Its form disintegrating into the darkness of the pool. Slowly, the water grew still again, and the darkness faded. The light of the lantern remained steady, unwavering. Alira stood there for a long time, breathing heavily, her heart still racing. She had faced it. The darkest part of herself. And she had won. Alira stood at the edge of the darkened pool, her lantern casting a warm, steady light over the clearing. The shadow had dissolved, leaving the water clear once more. But even though the darkness had receded, Alira could feel something stirring deep within her. The journey was far from over, and she knew that the heart of the light was still waiting for her. The air around her was still, as if the forest was holding its breath. The trees, once dark and twisted, had returned to their silver glow, their leaves shimmering softly in the gentle breeze. The path that had led her here now seemed to beckon, its end shrouded in a soft, golden light that was almost impossible to look at directly. It was the heart, the source of all the light she had been chasing, with her lantern steady in her hand, Elira took a deep breath and stepped forward, the ground beneath her soft and yielding. Each step felt lighter than the last, as though the very earth was urging her on, whispering her name in the rustle of the leaves. As she moved closer to the center of the clearing, the golden light grew brighter. Yet it was not harsh. It enveloped her like a gentle embrace, filling her with warmth, peace, and something deeper, something she couldn't quite name. It was as if the light was calling her home. Then, she saw it. In the center of the clearing, the source of the light was a tree, tall and ancient, its bark shimmering like molten gold. Its branches stretched high into the sky, and its leaves glowed with an inner light that pulsed like the beating of a heart. Beneath the tree, the ground was etched with intricate patterns, as though the roots had drawn the very essence of the forest into their design. Elira's heart skipped a beat. This was it, the heart of the light. She stepped closer, her hand instinctively reaching toward the trunk of the tree. The moment her fingers brushed the golden bark, a surge of energy rushed through her, and the lantern flared brightly, its light mingling with the glow of the tree. The forest around her seemed to come alive, the whispers of the leaves turning into songs of old, songs of creation, of time, of light itself. In that moment, Elira understood. The lantern was more than just a source of light, it was a part of the tree, a part of the heart. It had been carrying the essence of the light all along, guiding her to this very moment. The tree, the lantern, the light, they were all connected. A voice, soft yet powerful, echoed in her mind. As if the heart of the light itself was speaking to her. "You have come far, Elira," the voice said. "You have faced the shadows, the doubts, and the fears. You have embraced the light, but now you must understand what it truly is." Elira closed her eyes, the warmth of the light surrounding her like a protective cocoon. "What is it, then?" she whispered, her voice trembling with the enormity of the question. The voice was gentle but firm. "The light is not just beauty and warmth. It is also the darkness and the pain, the loss and the yearning. The light is both the beginning and the end, the source of all things and the shadow that follows them. To understand it, you must accept both aspects. You must become the lantern, not just carry it." Elira felt the weight of the words settle into her heart. She had always thought of light as something pure, something to be protected. But now, she saw that it was more complicated, more intertwined with the world than she had ever realized. Light could not exist without darkness, just as day could not exist without night. They were bound together, two sides of the same coin. She looked at the lantern in her hand, its glow now soft and steady. She had thought it was her guide, her source of strength, but now she understood. It was a reflection of her own journey, her own balance between light and shadow. "The lantern is me," Elira murmured, her voice barely a whisper. "I carry both the light and the dark." The tree's branches swayed as if nodding in approval, and the golden light pulsed brighter for a moment. Then, the voice spoke once more, this time with a note of finality. "You have learned what you need to know, Elira. But now you must choose. Will you take this knowledge with you, and continue on your path, or will you let it fade, leaving the lantern behind?" Elira stood still, her heart racing. The choice was hers. She could leave the lantern, walk away from the path that had brought her here, and return to the world she once knew, without the weight of this newfound understanding. Or she could take the lantern with her, embracing both the light and the dark, and continue the journey towards something unknown. The golden light of the tree bathed her in its warmth, and Elira closed her eyes, feeling the deep truth of it settle within her. "I will carry the lantern," she said softly, her voice filled with resolve. "I will carry the light and the shadow, and walk the path I was meant to." As she spoke, the lantern's glow grew brighter, its light merging with the radiance of the tree. The air around her seemed to hum with power, and the very earth beneath her feet seemed to shift, as though the forest itself was acknowledging her choice. With a final glance at the heart of the light, Elira turned and began to walk down the path, the lantern held high in her hand. The forest, once dark and mysterious, now seemed alive with possibility. The shadows that had once seemed so daunting now felt like companions, part of the journey, part of the story she was meant to tell, and as she walked, the light of the lantern continued to shine, steady and unwavering, guiding her through the night toward whatever awaited her next. Elira's steps were steady as she walked, her lantern casting long, dancing shadows in the path ahead. The golden light of the tree had faded from her vision, but its warmth lingered, filling her chest with an unshakable sense of purpose. She had chosen the path, the one that intertwined both light and shadow. And now there was no turning back. The forest seemed different now. The air was still thick with the sounds of the night, whispers of unseen creatures, the rustling of leaves, and the distant murmur of streams, but there was a new sense of quiet, as if the world itself was waiting for her to make her next move. She had felt the power of the heart of the light, but now, walking through the forest, she felt a deeper sense of connection to the very earth beneath her feet. It was as though the forest recognized her choice, acknowledging her journey. The path before her twisted and turned, but Elira didn't falter. She moved forward, the lantern's glow steady in her hand. As she walked, she realized that the forest no longer seemed to be a place of shadow and mystery, but of possibilities, endless, waiting for her to explore. Soon, the familiar sounds of the forest gave way to a new, strange sound, a low, almost melodic hum that seemed to vibrate in the very air around her. It wasn't the rustling of the leaves or the chirping of creatures. This sound felt different, more like the heartbeat of the world itself. Curious, Elira followed the sound, the lantern's light guiding her steps. The path ahead began to widen, and the trees around her grew more spaced out. She could see that the ground was becoming uneven, the earth rising and falling as if it had been shaped by something ancient. The humming grew louder, more rhythmic, and soon, she saw what had been making it. In the distance, hidden within a grove of tall, slender trees, there was a great structure, an archway made of smooth stone, standing tall and proud at the center of the clearing. It seemed to pulse with energy, the soft hum vibrating from its core. Around it, the trees grew in a perfect circle, their trunks leaning toward the archway as if they were drawn to it by some unseen force. Elira's heart quickened as she approached. The archway was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was adorned with intricate carvings, ancient symbols that seemed to shift and change as her eyes moved across them. The stone glowed faintly, and as she stepped closer, she felt the weight of the air around her, heavy with magic, with the essence of something beyond. The lantern in her hand flickered, and for a moment, Elira felt the pull of the archway. It was as if it were calling to her, urging her to step through, to enter whatever lay on the other side. but she hesitated. The path had been clear so far, each step leading her to something new, something challenging. Yet this felt different. The air around the archway hummed with an unfamiliar power, and Alira could sense that stepping through it would be no simple journey. It felt like a threshold, a boundary between the world she knew and something entirely unknown. "Do I dare?" she whispered to herself, the lantern's light trembling in her hand. The voice that had spoken to her at the heart of the light seemed to return, soft and distant, like a whisper on the wind. "You have already dared much, Alira. The light you carry is not just for you, it is for the world, for the future. To understand it, you must cross this threshold. The archway leads to the unknown, to a place where the boundaries of time and space are not what they seem. You will face the challenges ahead with the lantern as your guide." Alira's fingers tightened around the lantern. She had come this far, faced her own darkness, and understood the balance between light and shadow. The forest had guided her here, and now, the path before her was clear. If the archway was the next step, then she would face it, just as she had faced everything else. With a deep breath, Alira stepped forward, her heart steady and her mind focused. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, a wave of energy surged through her, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift. The air around her shimmered, and the trees around the archway blurred, their shapes twisting and stretching as though they were becoming part of something larger. Alira blinked and looked around. The world had changed, gone were the familiar trees and the soft earth beneath her feet. Instead, she found herself standing on a wide, open plain, the sky above stretching out in every direction, filled with swirling clouds of every color. The horizon seemed to shift, as though the very nature of time and space was malleable here, bending and changing with each passing moment. The lantern's light shone brightly in her hand, casting a steady glow in the vastness of the plain. But here, surrounded by the shifting sky and the endless stretch of land, it felt small, like a single star in the vast night. Yet, she knew that it was enough. The lantern had guided her here, and now, it would help her navigate this strange, shifting world. As she stood there, taking in her surroundings, she noticed movement in the distance. Figures, dark against the swirling sky, moved across the plain, silent, their forms long and thin, like shadows stretched to their limits. Alira's pulse quickened. These figures felt familiar, like echoes of the shadows she had faced before. But here, in this strange realm, they seemed to be waiting, watching her. The wind began to pick up, swirling around her as the figures drew closer. Their shapes were becoming clearer now, and Alira could see that they were not merely shadows but beings, humanoid, with long limbs and eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness. "Who are you?" Alira called out, her voice steady despite the growing unease in her chest. One of the figures stopped, its eyes locking onto hers. A voice, soft but clear, echoed through the air. "We are the keepers of the threshold," the figure said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. "You have crossed into a realm that few ever see. But now that you are here, you must learn what it means to walk between the worlds." Alira's heart raced as she stood face to face with the Keeper. She had entered the unknown, and now, she would have to navigate this new world, where the rules of light and shadow were constantly shifting. "Are you ready?" the Keeper asked, its voice a gentle breeze in the distance. Alira took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the lantern in her hand. She had come this far. She was ready. Yes, she said, her voice clear and resolute. I'm ready. The keeper's eyes gleamed faintly, reflecting the swirling sky above. For a moment, there was only silence, as if the world itself was pausing, waiting. The wind swirled around Alira, carrying with it the scent of unknown lands, and the lantern's steady glow cast long, wavering shadows on the ground. She felt the weight of their gaze on her, the silent expectation in the air. The path before you is one of uncertainty, the keeper's voice echoed, its tone both distant and intimate. You stand at the crossroads of worlds, where the boundaries of time, space, and light blur and twist. Many who enter here never leave. They are lost in the shifting winds of this realm. But you are different. Alira felt a strange stirring in her chest at the keeper's words. She had faced uncertainty before, walked paths she could not see, trusting only in the light she carried. This realm, though, felt different. The air was thick with something she couldn't quite name, power, perhaps, or the weight of all things unseen. You have already chosen, the keeper continued, moving forward slowly, its form stretching and warping like the wind itself. But now, you must decide who you truly are. The light within you will guide you, but it can also blind you. The shadows you carry may shelter you, but they can also consume you. To walk the path of the lantern keeper, you must learn to balance both. To understand not just the light that guides you, but the darkness that shapes you. The keeper raised one long, slender arm, and a gust of wind whipped through the air. The sky above them flickered, the clouds parting to reveal a new vision, an image of Alira, standing before the very archway she had crossed, lantern in hand, as she gazed into a swirling, dark abyss. Her face was filled with doubt, fear, but also a deep resolve. The path you walk is not just one of light, the keeper said softly. It is the path of all things, light and dark, hope and despair, creation and destruction. You will encounter many faces, many trials, but remember this, neither the light nor the shadow is your enemy. They are your companions, and they will shape your journey. The truth lies between them. Alira stared at the vision, her heart quickening. She saw herself walking along that abyss, her lantern flickering against the overwhelming darkness, struggling to hold on. It was a vision of fear, but also of strength, the strength to face both sides of herself, to walk the delicate balance between light and shadow. Why show me this? Alira asked, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions within her. What must I do to understand? The keeper's form shimmered, and it took another slow step closer, until it was nearly within reach. To understand the path of the lantern keeper, you must first understand the heart of the light. The lantern is not simply a guide, it is a reflection of your own soul, your light, your darkness, your choices. You must learn to see beyond the surface. You must confront your deepest fears and desires. The wind howled around them, and the keeper's figure blurred as the sky above them seemed to shift once more. The landscape around Alira began to change, as if the world itself was responding to the keeper's words. The plain that had stretched endlessly before them began to darken at the edges, and the land itself seemed to fold inward, creating new paths, each one leading to something different. Something unknown. You will encounter what lies hidden within you, the keeper continued, its voice now like 1,000 whispers. The shadow that you fear, the light you seek, you will face them both here, in this realm of shifting possibilities. But know this, you will not walk this path alone. Your lantern will be with you. And so will I. Elira's chest tightened, but she stood tall, her grip on the lantern firm. She had made her choice, to carry both light and shadow, to walk this path. She had come so far, and though the journey ahead seemed even more uncertain, she knew one thing for sure, she could not turn back. What must I do? Elira asked again, her voice firm with resolve. I will face whatever is ahead. The keeper smiled, a gesture that sent a shiver through Elira, as though it had been waiting for her to say those words. First, the keeper said, you must look within. The path ahead is not one of sight alone. You will not see what lies before you with your eyes. The light you carry is more than light, it is the key to seeing beyond the veil. The shadows you fear are not the absence of light, but the form it takes when it's hidden within you. With a sudden, sweeping motion, the keeper raised both arms, and the world around Elira shifted again. The ground beneath her feet fell away, and the swirling clouds above her began to part. The landscape transformed, revealing two paths, one of bright, blinding light, and one of deep, impenetrable darkness. The choice is yours, the keeper said, its voice now a mere whisper, echoing from all directions. To follow the light may bring clarity, but it may also blind you to the truths you seek. To follow the shadow may offer safety, but it may also lead you into deeper darkness. You must decide which path to take, for neither path is what it seems. Elira's breath caught in her throat as she looked between the two paths. The light path shimmered like gold, inviting and warm, but she could sense the danger in its brightness. The shadowed path, dark and thick, called to her with its cool embrace. But she could feel the weight of the unknown pressing against her. She closed her eyes, the lantern's glow casting a gentle warmth on her face. She had walked through darkness before, and she had carried light in the darkest places. She could feel the presence of both within her, the tug of both paths. But which one would she choose now? Choose wisely, Elira, the keeper's voice echoed once more, as the world around her seemed to hold its breath. For a long moment, Elira stood in the silence, feeling the weight of the decision before her. The wind whispered softly, the lantern's light flickering gently in her hand. And then, with a quiet breath, she stepped forward. Elira's heart pounded as she stood before the two paths, each beckoning her with its own promise. The air around her seemed to hold its breath, the silence heavy, as if the very world were waiting for her decision. She had walked through shadows before, and she had embraced the light, but now, in this strange realm, both paths felt intertwined, as though one could not exist without the other. The keeper's presence lingered, its form shifting like a mirage in the distance. The wind whispered softly around her, and she could almost hear the echoes of forgotten voices carried on its currents, urging her in different directions. For a long moment, Elira closed her eyes, trying to silence the chaos of thoughts racing through her mind. The lantern in her hand pulsed with a gentle warmth, reminding her that it had guided her this far. The light within her was not a simple thing, it had grown, changed, as she had. It was both a source of clarity and a reflection of her deepest fears. The darkness, too, had a pull. She could feel it in the cool air, in the silence of the shadowed path, as though it whispered secrets only those who dared to listen could hear. She had known darkness, and it had shaped her, but could she trust it now? No path is without its cost, the keeper had warned her. No choice is ever simple. Elira opened her eyes, her gaze steady as she looked between the two paths. The light was bright and blinding, promising a future of certainty but also threatening to overwhelm her. The shadowed path was alluring in its mystery, yet it carried the weight of the unknown, the potential for deeper darkness. But then, something shifted within her. A quiet understanding blossomed in her chest, a realization that neither path was truly separate. The light and shadow were not enemies to be avoided or defeated, but forces to be understood, to be balanced. They were not opposites but parts of a greater whole. With this realization, Elira stepped forward, her steps sure and calm. She didn't choose one path over the other, she stepped into the space between, where both light and shadow existed as one. The world around her seemed to react to her decision. The paths, once separate, began to merge, the light and shadow swirling together in a dance of movement and transformation. The air shifted, and the sky above her rippled, as if the boundaries between the two realms were becoming less distinct. The keeper watched her silently, its form now still, its glowing eyes fixed on Elira with a quiet approval. "You have chosen the path of balance," the keeper said, its voice soft, almost reverent. "Not to choose light over shadow, nor shadow over light, but to walk between them. This is the true path of the Lantern Keeper. It is a path of understanding, of embracing both what is seen and what is hidden. It is the path of those who are willing to face both the light of truth and the shadows of the self." Elira nodded, her heart steady. She could feel the lantern's warmth now, a soft, steady glow that resonated with the light and the shadow within her. The two forces were no longer separate, but intertwined, each informing the other, guiding her forward. As the paths before her continued to shift and change, the world around her began to reveal new wonders. The land beneath her feet seemed to rise and fall, like the waves of the ocean, and the sky above was painted with shifting colors, golden light blending seamlessly with the deepest indigos and violets of the night. The figures she had seen earlier, the keepers of the threshold, began to gather around her, their forms flickering in and out of view like shadows caught in the wind. They watched her with quiet respect, as if they, too, recognized the significance of her choice. "You have stepped into the heart of the realm," one of the keepers said, its voice like the sound of rustling leaves. "Here, you will encounter many faces, both familiar and strange. The challenges you face will test not just your strength, but your wisdom. But now, you are ready." The ground beneath her feet began to tremble lightly, and Elira's grip on the lantern tightened. She could sense something shifting in the distance, something new, something waiting for her. The air was thick with magic, and she could feel the pull of the unknown. The heart of this realm lies beyond the veil. The keeper continued, its voice carrying through the shifting winds. "It is a place where time and space no longer follow the rules you know. It is where the true test of the Lantern Keeper begins." Elira took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the lantern in her hand. She had chosen her path. The light and shadow were no longer separate forces but parts of the same whole, each essential to the other. The journey ahead was uncertain, but she was no longer afraid. She had the light to guide her, and the shadow to show her the way. With one last glance at the keepers, Alira stepped forward, her heart calm and steady, her path clear. The world around her shimmered, and the wind carried with it the promise of what lay ahead. The path before Alira stretched endlessly, shifting and swaying with the wind, as though the land itself was alive, breathing with the rhythm of the night. She could feel the pulse of the lantern in her hand, the soft warmth of its light flowing into her, mingling with the coolness of the shadows that wrapped around her. The balance she had chosen, walking between the light and the darkness, was not an easy one, but it was hers, and she could feel it, deep within her soul. The wind whispered through the trees, their branches swaying like ancient guardians watching over her. Each step she took seemed to lead her deeper into the unknown, yet there was no fear in her heart. Only a quiet determination. The steady beat of her own breath, and the soft glow of the lantern. It felt as though she was being guided, though she could not see who or what was leading her. Perhaps it was the keeper's words, or the silent pull of destiny, but Alira knew she was not alone. As she walked, the air grew thicker, filled with the scent of earth and the sharp tang of something unfamiliar. It was as though the very essence of the forest had changed. The path began to narrow, the trees closing in around her, their trunks twisting and gnarled, as if shaped by the hands of time itself. The sky above her darkened, and the stars shone even brighter, their light sharp and cold, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch forever. The lantern flickered, its light dimming for a moment, as if it were testing her, asking her to prove her resolve. Alira steadied it, her fingers wrapping gently around the handle. She could feel the pulse of the light within her, a steady, quiet hum that resonated with her own heartbeat. She was the keeper now. The light and the shadow were hers to command, to balance, to understand, and yet, the deeper she ventured into the heart of the realm, the more she felt the weight of her choice. The wind began to howl, its mournful cry echoing through the trees, as though the very forest itself was warning her, urging her to turn back. But Alira knew she could not. She had chosen this path. And though it was uncertain, it was the only one that felt true to her. Ahead of her, the path curved sharply, and the trees parted to reveal a wide clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone arch, its surface weathered and worn by centuries of time. The arch seemed to shimmer in the moonlight, its edges glowing faintly, as though it were a threshold to something beyond. Alira approached cautiously, her heart quickening with each step. She had heard tales of such arches, portals to other realms, places where the laws of the world as she knew them no longer applied. She reached out to touch the stone, her fingers grazing its surface, and felt a pulse of energy. A strange, electric hum that vibrated through her body. The lantern in her hand flared brightly, its light surging in response to the arch. Alira gasped, stepping back instinctively, but the light held steady, its glow unwavering. It was as though the lantern recognized the arch, as though it had always known it would lead her here. A voice echoed in her mind, soft but clear. "This is the threshold, Alira. Beyond it lies the heart of the realm. To cross, you must leave behind what you know. You must trust in your light, and in your shadow. The truth you seek lies in the balance of both, Alira's breath caught in her throat as she The figures that surrounded Alira were not mere shadows, they were echoes of her past, fragments of memories long buried in the recesses of her heart. As they swirled around her, each one seemed to whisper her name, a soft murmur that blended with the wind, creating a symphony of voices that carried with them both comfort and uncertainty. Her childhood laughter echoed in the air, the warm embrace of her parents, the moments when the world had seemed simple, clear, and safe. But alongside those memories were others, darker, more complicated, moments of doubt, regret, and sorrow. Faces she had once known, now distant and blurred, flashed before her eyes. Her heart twisted with each passing image. They were all a part of her, and yet, they felt like strangers. Alira's breath quickened as she reached out toward one of the figures, a woman with silver hair and piercing eyes that mirrored her own. The figure stood still, gazing at her with an expression that was both familiar and foreign. "Mother?" Alira whispered, her voice trembling. The woman's lips parted, but no sound came. Instead, she raised her hand, gesturing toward Alira to come closer. As Alira stepped forward, the figure faded and was replaced by another, a young boy, standing by a river with a mischievous grin on his face. It was her brother, Alden, who had once been her closest companion. "Alden." Alira's voice cracked, her heart aching with a long-lost connection. Her brother had disappeared years ago, leaving her with nothing but the empty space where his laughter had once filled her days. But the boy's smile faltered, his eyes clouding over with sorrow. "You never searched for me," he whispered, his voice soft but cutting through her like a blade. "You chose the lantern instead of me." Alira staggered back, the weight of his words settling heavily in her chest. The wind picked up, howling through the vast expanse, and the figures began to swirl around her faster, their voices rising in volume until they became a cacophony of sound. Each whisper carried a memory, a choice she had made, a path she had taken. And the consequences that followed. "Enough." Alira cried, her voice strong, despite the trembling in her hands. "I am ready to face the truth. Show me." The swirling figures halted, and a silence fell over the realm, thick and suffocating. Alira's heart pounded in her chest as the light of her lantern flickered, casting a long, golden beam that illuminated the space around her. For a moment, it felt as though time had stopped, as though the world was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked in shadows, with eyes that burned like twin suns. The figure's presence was commanding, overwhelming, and Alira felt a chill crawl up her spine. "You seek answers," the figure spoke, its voice deep and resonant, reverberating through the very air. "But the answers you seek are not simple, Alira. You stand at the crossroads of light and shadow, where every choice you make ripples across the fabric of existence. To embrace your power is to acknowledge both your light and your darkness. You cannot walk the path of the Lantern Keeper without understanding this truth." Alira's breath hitched as she faced the figure. There was something hauntingly familiar about it, something that made her heart race. Was this a manifestation of her own shadow? A part of herself she had been avoiding? "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her. The figure tilted its head, its eyes never leaving hers. "I am the keeper of the shadow," it said, "the one who guards the forgotten truths, the darkness you carry within yourself. I am the part of you that you have yet to face." The wind howled again, the ground beneath her trembling. Alira felt as though the very realm was shifting, like the sky and earth were folding in on themselves. The air was thick with tension, and she could sense the weight of the decision before her. The keeper of the shadow spoke of a darkness within her, a part of her that she had hidden away, fearing what it might mean if she acknowledged it, but the lantern keeper's path was not one of denial. Alira had to face every part of herself, the light and the shadow, if she were to truly understand her purpose. "I will face it," she said, her voice firm with resolve. "I will embrace both my light and my shadow." The keeper of the shadow stepped closer, its form shifting, its features becoming less defined. It extended a hand toward her, and Alira, without hesitation, reached out and took it. The moment their hands met, a surge of energy coursed through her, unlike anything she had ever felt before. It was as though the world around her exploded into brilliance and darkness, a whirlwind of light and shadow colliding within her very soul. The pain of lost memories, the joy of past triumphs, the weight of unspoken fears, all of it swirled together in a tumultuous storm, and yet, within that storm, Alira found something unexpected: peace. A quiet understanding, a realization that she was not defined by her light alone, nor by her shadow. She was both. She was whole. The keeper of the shadow released her hand, stepping back. "You have taken the first step, Alira," it said, its voice no longer filled with menace but with a quiet respect. "The balance is yours to hold. Now, you must decide how to use it." Alira nodded, her heart steady. She was ready. The path ahead would not be easy, but she knew now that she had the strength to walk it. With the lantern held firmly in her hand, she turned toward the horizon, where the realm seemed to stretch out endlessly, waiting for her to shape it with the light and shadow she now carried within her. Alira stood at the edge of the realm, the lantern in her hand a steady pulse of warmth and light. The keeper of the shadow had faded into the ether, leaving her with a deep sense of purpose and the weight of her newfound understanding. The air around her hummed with an ancient energy, as if the very fabric of the realm was alive, breathing in sync with her. As she took a step forward, the vast expanse before her seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone. The colors in the sky shifted, moving in subtle gradients of violet, blue, and gold, mirroring the depths of her own emotions. The wind whispered, as if carrying the voices of those who had walked this path before her, and with each step, Alira could feel the weight of their wisdom, their struggles, their victories, but she knew she could not linger here forever. The heart of the realm had given her the truth she had sought, the balance of light and shadow within herself, but now she had to use it. The journey was far from over, and the next step would not be easy. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, the air thick with uncertainty. Yet, as Alira walked, the lantern's glow illuminated the path before her, dispelling the darkness and revealing the way. The ground beneath her feet seemed to shift with each step, as though the realm itself was reshaping around her, responding to her presence. In the distance, she saw a figure standing alone, a tall silhouette against the ever-shifting sky. It was a figure she knew well, though she had not seen it in many years. The man was cloaked in dark robes, his face obscured by a hood, but Alira recognized him immediately. "Father," she whispered under her breath, her heart quickening. The figure did not move, standing as still as a statue, and yet there was something familiar about the way he stood, his posture, his presence. It was as though he had been waiting for her, watching her journey from the shadows. "Elira," the voice came softly, though it was as clear as if he stood right beside her. "You have come far. But you are not yet whole." Elira's throat tightened, but she refused to turn away. The words stung, but she understood them. She was not whole, not yet. There was something left for her to face, something still hidden deep within her, something that this place, the realm of balance, was revealing to her. "I am ready," she said, her voice steady. The figure in the distance slowly lowered his hood, revealing a face both familiar and strange. It was her father, but his features were different, sharpened with age and sorrow, his eyes darker, as if the weight of years had left their mark on him. He was not the man she remembered, not the father who had once held her close and promised to protect her. "You cannot be ready until you face the truth of the past, Elira," he said, his voice carrying a sorrowful weight. "You carry the shadows of those who came before you, the mistakes they made, the choices they did not face." Elira's heart clenched. She had never spoken of her past to anyone, not even to herself. The memory of her father, her family, had always been a source of pain. Her father had disappeared when she was just a child, leaving her with a broken home, a mother who was too lost in her grief to care for her, and a heart full of unanswered questions. "I didn't ask for this," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I didn't ask for the burden of their mistakes." The figure, her father, stepped forward, his face filled with both regret and understanding. "No, you did not ask, but you have been chosen. Elira. The Lantern Keeper is not a title given lightly. It is a mantle that carries the weight of every soul who has walked this earth, every light and every shadow. Your journey is not just your own. It is the culmination of everything that has come before you." The wind picked up again, swirling around Elira, carrying with it the scent of earth and the echo of forgotten memories. The mist thickened, and Elira felt the pull of the past, its weight like an anchor around her heart, but she could not let herself be consumed by it. She had come this far, and she would not let the shadows of the past define her. With a deep breath, Elira stepped forward, raising the lantern high. The light flared brighter than it ever had before, cutting through the mist, dispelling the shadows, and illuminating the figure before her. The figure of her father, his face now clear, watched her, not with judgment, but with something far more difficult to bear, acceptance. "You must forgive, Elira," the figure said, his voice softer now, almost gentle. "Forgive the past, and in doing so, forgive yourself." The words cut through her like a blade, sharp and painful, but they were true. She had carried the weight of her father's abandonment, her mother's silence, the loss of her brother, and the mistakes of those who had gone before her for far too long. She had built her walls, keeping the world at arm's length, not allowing herself to heal. But now, in this place of balance, in the heart of the realm, Elira understood. To carry the light of the Lantern Keeper, she had to face the shadows of her past. She had to forgive, not just her father, but herself. "I forgive you," she whispered, her voice barely audible, but filled with the power of truth. "I forgive all of it." The figure before her nodded, a quiet smile forming on his lips. And in doing so, you free yourself, Alira. You are no longer bound by the shadows. You are free to walk the path of the Lantern Keeper. With those words, the mist began to dissipate, and the realm around her shifted once more. The stars above sparkled brighter, the colors of the sky deepened, and the air filled with a sense of peace. Alira felt lighter, as if a weight she had carried for so long had been lifted from her shoulders. The path ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time, Alira felt ready to walk it. She was no longer the girl who had set out on this journey, uncertain and lost. She was the Lantern Keeper, whole and unburdened, carrying the light of the lantern with both grace and strength. Alira's heart pulsed with the steady rhythm of the lantern, its golden light now brighter than ever before. The mist had cleared, the shadows had lifted, and before her lay a world transformed. She had faced the echoes of her past and learned to forgive, to release the chains that had bound her heart for so long. But now, with the lantern held firmly in her grasp, she knew the true test was just beginning. The path ahead stretched out before her, winding through the vast expanse of the realm, bathed in the light of stars that had once felt distant and unreachable. Every step she took was like a whisper on the wind, carrying her toward an unknown destination. As she walked, she felt the weight of the journey, but also the lightness of purpose. The lantern's glow illuminated not just the path, but her very soul. She was ready. But ready for what? The ground beneath her feet shifted once again, this time in a way that was different from before. The earth trembled lightly, as if something vast and ancient was awakening beneath the surface. Alira paused, looking around. The wind had grown still, and the air felt charged, as if the realm itself were holding its breath. Then, from the darkness ahead, a figure appeared. Tall and cloaked in flowing robes, the figure was unlike any Alira had seen before. Its presence radiated power, and yet there was a sense of calm that accompanied it. The figure did not move, but its gaze, piercing and steady, was enough to draw Alira closer. "You are the Lantern Keeper," the figure said, its voice deep and echoing, as though it resonated from the very core of the earth. "The one who walks the line between light and shadow." But do you understand the true meaning of that title? Alira squared her shoulders. The lantern held tight in her hands. "I understand more now than I ever have," she replied, her voice strong. "I have faced my past. I have embraced the light and the shadow within me. But I know that there is still something I must do. Something greater than myself." The figure regarded her silently for a long moment, as if weighing her words. Finally, it nodded slowly, its expression unreadable. "You have learned the truth," it said. "But truth alone is not enough. Power is not enough. To truly walk the path of the Lantern Keeper, you must understand the balance, not just of yourself, but of the world itself." Alira's heart quickened, the weight of the figure's words settling deep within her. The world. The realm she had wandered was vast and unknown, and its mysteries were many. But she had always felt that there was something greater at play, something that connected all the threads of light and shadow, life and death, joy and sorrow, the balance of the world. She asked, her voice filled with both curiosity and apprehension. "How can I understand that? How can I?" Before she could finish, the figure raised a hand, silencing her with a single motion. "Look," it said simply. the air around them seemed to shimmer, and as Elira watched, the landscape shifted. The sky darkened, the stars fading from sight, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to ripple like water. For a moment, she lost her sense of direction, as if the very nature of reality was warping and changing before her eyes. Then, with a sudden shift, the darkness parted, revealing a scene she had never expected, a great, sprawling city, its walls bathed in golden light. At the heart of the city stood a tower, tall and magnificent, its peak lost in the clouds. The tower pulsed with energy, a beacon of light that seemed to call out to her, beckoning her forward, but surrounding the city were shadows, vast and stretching, like the wings of a great, sleeping bird. The shadows encroached upon the light, creeping ever closer, threatening to swallow the city whole. The contrast between light and dark was stark. And Elira felt the pull of both, the desire to move toward the light, yet a deep understanding that the shadows were not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. The figure's voice broke the silence. "This is the heart of the world," it said. "The city you see represents the balance of light and life, a place of peace and harmony. But it is constantly under threat, not just from external forces, but from within. The shadows seek to devour the light, to unmake the balance. And you, Elira, are the key to ensuring that the light endures." Elira's eyes widened as the weight of the figure's words sank in. She had known that her journey was leading her towards something greater. But this was beyond anything she had imagined. The city, the tower, the shadows, it was all part of a greater whole, and the very fate of this realm, and perhaps even the world beyond it, depended on the choices she would make. But how? Elira whispered, her heart racing. "How can I protect the light? How can I ensure that the balance is maintained?" The figure's gaze softened. "The answer is within you, Elira. You have the lantern. You have the power to illuminate the shadows, to reveal the truth hidden within them. But you must learn to see the light not as an enemy of the dark, but as its counterpart. Only then can you truly restore balance." Elira looked at the lantern in her hands. The golden light flickering softly in the stillness. She had always seen the lantern as a symbol of light, a beacon to guide her through the darkness. But now, she understood. The light was not separate from the shadows. It was not something to fight against, but something to coexist with. She took a deep breath, the weight of the responsibility settling over her like a mantle. The journey ahead would be difficult, and the choices would not be easy. But she was ready. "I will learn," she said, her voice filled with newfound determination. "I will find the balance, and I will protect the light." The figure nodded, its form beginning to fade into the ether. "Then your journey truly begins. Lantern Keeper. The path ahead is yours to walk. May your lantern never dim." As the figure vanished, Elira stood alone once again, the city before her, the shadows surrounding it, and the weight of the world on her shoulders. But now, she knew what she had to do. She would restore balance. She would be the keeper of both light and shadow, and she would protect the world from the darkness that sought to consume it. The wind carried a quiet hum, like a soft melody woven through the vast expanse of the realm. Elira stood at the edge of the world she had come to know, the lantern in her hand flickering gently in the night. Before her lay the city, the heart of the world, its golden walls gleaming even from this distance. The shadows still lingered on the outskirts, stretching and curling like dark tendrils, waiting for the light to falter. She had been given the knowledge, the understanding that the balance was not a battle between light and darkness, but a delicate dance, a harmony of forces that could never exist without one another. But as the weight of the world pressed upon her, Alira could not shake the feeling of uncertainty. How would she restore this balance? What was the first step in a journey that felt so vast, so unknown? The path ahead seemed unclear, but the lantern in her hand was steady, its golden light unwavering, as though it had its own will, guiding her forward. With each step she took, the air seemed to hum louder, and the ground beneath her feet shifted, responding to the pulse of the lantern, as though the very realm was waiting for her next move. As she walked, the city grew nearer, its towering spires reaching up toward the sky like fingers grasping for the stars. The air grew warmer, filled with the scent of blooming flowers, the whisper of ancient trees, and the hum of life. Yet, despite the beauty and peace that surrounded her, Alira could feel the weight of the shadows, creeping ever closer. It wasn't just the city at the center of the world that she needed to protect, it was the delicate balance that kept everything in motion. The light and the dark. The life and the death, the joy and the sorrow, they were all connected, all essential to the cycle of existence. To sever one would be to unravel the whole. With a deep breath, Alira continued forward, the city now within her reach. The golden gates stood open, as if waiting for her to enter, to claim her place as the lantern keeper, the protector of balance. As she passed through the gates, she was greeted by a silence that was almost deafening. The city was empty, eerily so. There were no sounds of laughter, no voices in the streets, no rustling of leaves in the wind. It was as if the very heart of the city had been stilled, frozen in time. Alira's eyes scanned the vast expanse before her, golden stone streets stretched out, leading toward the great tower at the center of the city. The tower loomed high above everything else, its peak lost in the clouds, as though reaching toward something beyond this world. But there was no movement, no sign of life. Her heart began to race as the silence pressed in on her. This was not what she had expected. Where was the life she had felt on the edges of the city, the warmth and energy that had seemed so abundant? Why was everything so still? A faint whisper of movement caught her attention. She turned toward the source, her breath catching in her throat. From the shadows near the base of the tower, a figure emerged, clad in robes of midnight blue, its features hidden beneath a hood. The figure moved slowly, deliberately, as though drawn to her presence. Alira's hand tightened around the lantern as the figure approached, its steps light, like a breeze on the edge of night. The figure came to a stop before her, its face still hidden, but its presence undeniable. There was a certain aura about it, an energy that seemed both familiar and foreign. "You have come," the figure said, its voice low and resonant, like the echo of distant thunder. "The lantern keeper." Alira nodded, her heart still racing. "Yes, I have come. I have come to restore the balance." The figure tilted its head, as if considering her words. "The balance," it repeated softly. "Do you truly understand what that means? Child, do you understand the cost of balance?" Alira's grip on the lantern tightened. "I understand that light and shadow must coexist. I understand that the realm cannot thrive without both. The figure's hooded face seemed to shift slightly, and Alira felt as though it was studying her, assessing her every word. Finally, it spoke again. The balance is not simply about light and shadow. It is about the hearts of those who walk between them. To restore balance, you must understand not just the world around you, but the world within you. The shadows you face are not just external, they are within you as well. The light you carry is not just to guide you, but to reveal the darkness that lies beneath. Alira took a step back, uncertainty creeping into her thoughts. She had faced the darkness of her past, the shadows that had haunted her since childhood. But what did the figure mean? The shadows within her. Was there something she had missed, something deeper she had yet to confront? The figure seemed to sense her confusion. The lantern you carry is not only a beacon for the world. It is a mirror. It will show you the truth within yourself, the things you have buried, the parts of you that are afraid to face the light. Alira felt a cold shiver run down her spine. She had buried so much, so many feelings, so many fears. She had learned to hide them, to carry them silently within. But now, with the lantern in her hand, it was as if they were all coming to the surface, demanding to be seen. The figure stepped closer, its presence overwhelming, as though it had become one with the very air around her. "Do not fear what you see, Alira," it said gently. "The shadows within you are not your enemy. They are part of who you are. The light you seek will not erase them, it will reveal them, so that you may find peace with them. Only then will you have the power to restore balance, both within yourself and within the world." Alira closed her eyes, her breath steady, feeling the weight of the figure's words sink in. The path ahead was no longer just about protecting the world. It was about facing the darkness within herself, the fears, the doubts, the pain that she had pushed aside for so long. With a deep breath, Alira lifted the lantern higher. Its light flared brightly, casting shadows that danced around her. The darkness within her stirred, as if waiting to be acknowledged, and as the light of the lantern grew, Alira knew that this journey into the heart of the shadows, was only just beginning. The light from the lantern blazed in the stillness of the city, casting long, flickering shadows that stretched out like fingers grasping for the corners of the world. Alira stood at the center of it all, her heart racing as the words of the hooded figure echoed in her mind. "The shadows within you are not your enemy." She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to steady her breathing. The figure's presence was a weight on her chest, both comforting and suffocating, as if it held the key to something she had always known but had been too afraid to confront. She could feel it, the darkness inside her, swirling beneath the surface. It wasn't the same as the shadows that lurked on the edges of the city, threatening to swallow everything in their path. No, this darkness was deeper, older. It was the weight of every loss she had ever felt, every fear she had ever suppressed, every moment of doubt she had buried deep within her heart. But now, with the lantern's light shining so brightly, the darkness could no longer be ignored. It rose, not with malice, but with a quiet longing, as if it, too, was waiting for her to see it, to understand it. "You must face it, Alira," the figure's voice came again, softer now. "The lantern will reveal the truth, but it is you who must choose how to see it." Alira took a deep breath, her fingers trembling around the lantern's handle. She had faced so many trials, had walked through so much pain, but this, the shadows within herself, was different. This was not a challenge she could fight with strength or willpower alone. This was something deeper, more intimate, and yet, as the light of the lantern grew brighter, Alira realized something. She wasn't alone in this. The shadows were not just her burden, they were part of her, like the light. To separate them would be to unmake the very essence of her being. She stepped forward, her eyes still closed, feeling the energy of the city pulse around her, the wind beginning to stir once more. The silence had lifted, replaced by a soft hum of life, of energy, of the world waking up. The golden walls of the city seemed to shimmer in the light, their surfaces alive with the pulse of something ancient and powerful. The figure remained before her, its presence a steadying force in the midst of the growing storm. "The path ahead will not be easy," it said. "But it is the only way forward." Alira opened her eyes and looked at the lantern in her hands. Its golden glow was steady now, unwavering, as though it too had come to understand the truth, that the light and the dark must coexist, that each was necessary for the other to exist. "Show me," Alira whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of her words. "Show me the truth." The lantern's light flared brightly, blinding for a moment, and then, as her eyes adjusted, Alira saw something she had not expected. The darkness within her did not rise as a force to be feared, it did not charge at her with wildness or anger. Instead, it was a part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. Memories began to surface, memories of childhood. Of the moments when she had felt abandoned, lost in a world that had seemed so vast and unyielding. She saw the faces of those she had loved, the faces of those who had faded away, their voices now only whispers in the winds of time. Each of these moments, once buried beneath layers of fear and doubt, now stood before her, clear and vivid, and yet, there was no pain in these memories. There was no anger. There was only understanding. The shadows within her were not just fears and regrets, they were the essence of who she was. They were the lessons she had learned, the strength she had gained through loss, the courage she had found in the face of uncertainty. Alira's heart softened as she allowed herself to feel, to truly experience these memories. The darkness was not something to be feared, it was something to be accepted, something to be integrated into her soul. It was a part of the balance she sought to restore. The figure watched her silently, its gaze unyielding. "You see it now, do you not?" it asked. Alira nodded, the weight of the lantern still in her hands, but its light no longer a burden. It was a guiding light, a beacon that revealed not just the world around her, but the world within her. "I see," she said softly. "I see that the shadows are not to be feared. They are a part of me, a part of everything. Without them, the light would have no meaning." The figure nodded once, its form beginning to fade into the air, as though it had never been there at all. "Remember this, Lantern Keeper. The balance you seek is not one of perfect harmony, but one of acceptance. To accept the light and the dark, the joy and the sorrow, as parts of the same whole." As the figure disappeared, Alira felt a surge of warmth rise from within her. The lantern's glow was no longer blinding, it was gentle, soothing, as though it were part of her, part of the very essence of the world. She took a deep breath and looked toward the tower at the heart of the city. The shadows still lingered at its base, but now they seemed less menacing, less threatening. She understood them now. She understood the balance she must maintain. With the lantern steady in her hands, Elira began to walk forward, the path ahead illuminated not just by light, but by understanding. She had seen the darkness within her, and she had accepted it. Now, it was time to restore the balance, for herself, for the city, and for the world beyond. Elira walked through the heart of the city, the lantern's light gently guiding her every step. The streets that had once seemed empty now felt alive, the golden walls reflecting her newfound understanding. The balance she had discovered within herself was no longer a distant concept but a living, breathing truth that hummed in her chest, in every step she took. The city, once silent and still, now seemed to pulse with energy. The shadows that had clung to the edges of every building, every tree, now seemed less like a threat and more like a part of the world, as integral as the sunlight that bathed the streets. The wind, soft and warm, began to stir around her, carrying with it the scent of blossoms and the promise of change. It was as if the very world was waking up, stretching and yawning, ready to move forward with her. The path ahead seemed clearer now, though it was not without its challenges. The balance she sought to restore was not one of perfection, but one of acceptance, an acceptance of both the light and the dark, of joy and sorrow. Of the things she had lost and the things she had yet to find. Ahead, the great tower loomed, its peak hidden in the clouds, its presence both comforting and daunting. Elira knew this was where her journey would lead her. This was the place where she would confront the final truths, where the last shadows would either be embraced or cast away forever. As she neared the base of the tower, she saw the figure again, the hooded figure who had guided her through the deepest parts of herself. It stood at the threshold, waiting for her, its presence as quiet and steady as the lantern's light in her hands. "You have come far," the figure said, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a quiet breeze. "But the final test remains. You must enter the tower and face what lies within. Only then will the balance be truly restored." Elira nodded, the weight of the figure's words settling deep within her. She had come this far, and there was no turning back. The lantern in her hands seemed to pulse with anticipation, its light flickering like the heartbeat of the world. Is it the final test of light or shadow? Elira asked, her voice steady despite the tremble in her chest. "The test is of both," the figure replied, stepping aside to reveal the grand entrance to the tower. "For both light and shadow are needed to forge the path forward. It is your understanding of them, your acceptance of them, that will guide you through the trials ahead." Elira took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the lantern's glow wrap around her like a protective shield. She stepped forward, her footsteps echoing softly in the silence of the tower's entrance. The air inside was thick with the scent of old stone, of ancient wood, and of something else, something that felt both familiar and foreign, like a memory waiting to be unlocked. As she walked deeper into the tower, the walls seemed to close in around her, the space growing narrower with every step. The light from the lantern flickered and danced, casting strange, twisting shadows on the walls. It was as though the tower itself was alive, watching her every move, waiting for her to make the next choice. The path ahead forked, two hallways stretching out before her. One was bathed in soft, golden light, the other in deep, velvety darkness. Elira paused, considering her options. The figure's words echoed in her mind, "The test is of both." With a deep breath, Elira stepped into the darkness. The air grew cooler, the shadows swirling around her like a living thing, but she did not falter. The lantern's light flared brighter in her hands, cutting through the darkness like a blade, illuminating the path ahead. She moved forward slowly, her heart steady, her steps sure. The darkness no longer felt like a threat, but like an old friend. A companion she had once feared but had now come to understand. With each step, the shadows parted before her, as though they recognized her presence and welcomed her. The path twisted and turned, winding deeper into the heart of the tower. As Elira walked, she began to see things, visions of the past, of moments she had long buried, moments of pain, of love, of loss. Each vision was a shadow of the person she had been, a shadow of the world she had known. She saw herself as a child, standing at the edge of a vast ocean, staring out at the horizon, wondering what lay beyond. She saw herself as a young woman, lost and broken, searching for something to give her life meaning. She saw herself as the lantern keeper, struggling to understand the delicate balance that held the world together. Each vision was a piece of her, a shadow that had once seemed distant, but was now close enough to touch. The darkness was not something to be afraid of, it was a part of her, a part of the world, a part of the journey. Elira continued to walk, the lantern's light guiding her through the shifting shadows. She no longer saw the darkness as a threat, but as a companion. And with every step, she grew stronger, more certain of the path ahead. At last, she reached the end of the darkened hallway, where the path opened into a vast, circular chamber. The walls were lined with ancient symbols, their meanings lost to time. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a stone orb, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Elira approached the pedestal, her heart racing. This was it. The final test. The orb pulsed with energy, calling to her, as if it were waiting for her to make her move. Elira reached out slowly, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of the stone. The moment she touched it, a rush of energy surged through her, and the room was filled with a blinding light. For a moment, Elira was lost in the light, her mind swimming with visions of the world, of the balance she sought to restore. She saw the city, the tower, the sky, all of it, woven together in a delicate dance of light and shadow. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, the light faded. Elira stood alone in the chamber, the orb now dim and still. She could feel it, the balance. It was there, in the air around her, in the space between the light and the dark, between the joy and the sorrow. She had faced the shadows within herself, and she had embraced them. Now, the balance was hers to restore, hers to protect. With a steady hand, Elira picked up the orb and held it close to her chest. The lantern's light flickered brightly in her hands, and she knew that her journey was not over. It had only just begun.